2024 as part of the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event. So super stoked to be back here with my co-host, Kelly Falardo. Kelly, I'll let you, you know what, I realize that we don't always give you a chance to tell us about yourself. So maybe, did you want to tell us just a little bit about yourself just to kick things off, since you've been my co-host here all along and we haven't really dived into what you do other than the day you did a presentation?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Corey. So, I'm Kelly Falardo, and I got burnt when I was only 2 years old to most of my body. And so, my whole life has been this whole journey of, trying to, you know, feel beautiful and trying to fit in and trying to figure out what my life was going to be all about. And so 10 years ago, I was encouraged to be a speaker by Charmaine Hammond. And ever since then, I've now done 2 TEDx talks. Thank you to Corey for his coaching, because of his coaching, I landed 2 in 1 year. So that was cool. I'm now a 7-time best-selling author. And, now I'm coaching people to become best-selling authors themselves, and really, really quite excited because Corey had me launch his latest Blue Talks book. And so now we're going to be launching the second one right away here. Second and third are going out, in the next little while. So we're really quite excited about that. And we want to encourage you to pre-order your copy of the second and the third edition. So I'm really honored to be working with you, Corey, because you've helped me to up-level my speaking career and my author career. And now I'm just really honored to be able to coach people to get their books out there and spread their message and, amplify their message, just like what we want to do with this whole week. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure, 100%. And yeah, it's been awesome watching your journey. And, like I said, I want to give you a chance to tell people a little bit more about yourself. And I know day 2, for those that tuned in then, and if they haven't, they should go back and check it out. You revealed a big part of your author strategy in terms of how to reach bestseller status. And so, people got a chance to meet you then. And if they've been watching the Amplify Your Message, they know your story a little bit. But I don't always do it every day. So I just thought I should do it today. Circling back to me, basically the short version is founder of Blue Talks. And, with Blue Talks itself, I always say that I'd rather give you one place to go than send you to all different locations like the YouTube page and podcasting page and stuff like that. So bluetalks.com is the easy way. Go there. I mean, obviously, if you want more info about Blue Talks or want to know how you can get on a Blue Talks stage or get in the Blue Talks book, the easiest route there is just to reach out to me directly. But if you want to know more about Blue Talks or find the links to the various places where you can hear stuff from our platforms, bluetalks.com is the place to go. And I will tell you, for those of you that have been following along since we launched in mid-August, there's been some big developments, i.e. we're bringing Blue Talks to Connect TV, C-Suite Network, which also means Blue Talks will be on Opera TV, Amazon, Apple, Roku, in United Airlines in some of their flights, in hotels and airports. And so lots of big stuff happening. But because of that, with the podcast, I took a couple of weeks off. So I decided that I wanted to. So what we had to do is migrate over to C-Suite. And because of that, I don't want to be still posting under my old channel, my old host, because then I'll have to migrate again to carry the newest one over. And I also wasn't ready because of this virtual event to start posting on the new platform. So we're in a kind of hiatus for 2 weeks and next week I finally have my first free week to do this stuff. So if you've been going, where's the episodes? It's just like a 2-week delay, only because we're actually going on to a much bigger network. So it's actually great news for those that are following along and listening. And if you're subscribed, you won't lose your subscription or anything like that. You don't have to resubscribe on Apple. Nothing changes. It's just that we're going to be on a lot more platforms. And C-Suite actually actively goes out and finds new places to air the show. They do a lot of marketing for your show. So actually, you'll see us more places is ultimately what will happen. But I just want to let people know, because I don't want you to think we're ignoring everything. The same with the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel, next week, we're going to be putting up the latest Blue Talks live speech. But likewise, that's all going to be kicking in the new year with the video as well, going over to Connect and C-Suite and so on and so forth. So lots of stuff coming up. That's kind of the backstory about when you go to the Blue Talks channel. If you haven't gone, by the way, if you haven't gone to bluetalks.com and checked out the YouTube page and the podcast and the book and everything, then you have lots to keep you busy for 2 weeks, because I think we have about 12 roughly live talks that are up on the YouTube channel. And we have a few more than that, so maybe 15 podcast episodes. So you have lots to keep you busy if you're just new to this. So bluetalks.com, everything Blue Talks. Outside of that, big thing I always like to tell people is if you can share this with other people, you never know who's live you could make a difference in. I mean, people have shared stuff with a quick press of the send button, or click of the send and or share. And, I've had something that I discovered because they did that share and it actually impacted my life or transformed or changed my life. And I know stuff I've shared, people have said, I'm so glad you shared that. I need to hear that today. Sometimes it's a private message. A lot of times it is. So other people don't even know they said it, which means that I'm impacting a life. And I wouldn't have known that if they wouldn't have went out of the way to send me that message. So you just don't know who you're impacting. So sharing is caring, as cheesy as that is. It's the easiest way to say it. So you can click share. We love that. And also, if you comment in the comment section, every time around, this is something we're hoping people get used to. We do draws for books and different things. And the best way to get in on those contests is the comment. So even if you don't know that we're saying comment this time, you get in the contest. If you comment, you're still in for the contest. So just comment and engage with us, and the end result is that you'll probably get in for some contests and win some possible books. So that's all the housekeeping for today. With that said, I'm going to bring on our first guest. So AJ, so excited to have you here from My Seven Chakras, which I've been on the show, I think twice. Such a great show. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and introduce yourself a little bit just before we dive in and get to know you even better?
Awesome. Firstly, thanks a lot, Corey, for having me on this show. And Kelly, nice to meet you. But yeah, I'm the host and founder of My Seven Chakras, which is a podcast that is about ancient wisdom for the modern mind. Started that about 5 years back. We've crossed 4.5 million downloads, did about 400 episodes now. And the goal of that, like I mentioned, is to help people calm their minds, relax their nervous system, and help people experience bliss. And so I do these long form interviews, about 80, 90 minutes long, and also do solo sessions because I am a certified breathwork instructor as well. So I help people use their breath to really relax, de-stress, and amplify their message, which I'm sure a lot of people today will be looking forward to doing.
Awesome. I love that. And, one of the things I wanted to tackle right away and unpack because of something you said is that, and a lot of people don't realize, because we're on podcasting day now. So a lot of people don't realize that
90 minutes long and also
and podcast, a lot of people don't realize that how, I'm going to say it this way, how low some of the listenerships on podcasts are. And so I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean it in a realistic full disclosure way. And I don't know if you know the numbers either, especially when you look at how big of numbers you have in terms of downloads. But I recently heard through Libsyn at an event that the average podcast, now we're talking the ones that are discontinued, nobody's done anything with and everything else, have 114 listens. Total listens per episode. And, you just talked about millions of downloads. So I have to unpack that even before we talk about breath work. So what do you think has led to you being able to have that kind of success with the show, considering, again, that would put you in probably the top 1% of all podcasts in terms of listenership? So what has allowed you to have that success, do you think?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, numbers for me help me track where I've come from and the journey that I've been on, but I don't get too attached to the numbers, right? So for me, it's not so much about the numbers, like you mentioned earlier. Even if I get one message from somebody or an email, that makes my day. So my focus is individual person, but the numbers, it helps tell a good story. In terms of what I think contributed, I think just great conversations, right? The good thing about a podcast as compared to a TikTok video is that you can have a 80-minute long conversation. And some of the topics that we explore are very nuanced. You can't have a 10-minute conversation about Ayurveda or breathwork or yoga or meditation. And when people are, on their way to work or at home, they just fall into it. And once you sink into it, the conversation is good. They're having fun. When they come out of it, they're like, whoa, I just spent 90 minutes listening to an interview. And I think making conversations fun, interesting, and engaging, that is one of the key, because I also am engaged when I love the topic and the guest who I'm interviewing. So that would be one of the essences, I'd say.
And a big part of what I'm curious about is how big a part have you seen or do you feel the guests sharing the show or episode is, and the reason I say that is because, again, you go into podcasting, you think every guest is going to just share it. Talk to, they're going to call their mother and say, "Hey, I was just on this podcast," and sadly, it's not as easy as that. So, have you found that the guest sharing is a big part of it, or do you think it's people discovering it because it's such a unique show? Like, I'm just curious, where do you think the listenership comes from as far as that goes as well?
Right. That's such a great question. I mean, now that I've done podcasting for a couple of years, I've realized that for me, podcasting is not so much about a lead generation tool, but more about a relationship building tool. And so I'm always on the lookout for not only is this person really good at what they do, have they been doing this for a couple of years, but most importantly, if I meet them in person, can I have a good conversation? Will I be friends with this person for the long run? Not immediately, not transactional, but in the long run. And so a lot of times I don't even tell them, can you share? But when an episode comes out, they go out of their way posting on social media, maybe tagging me on Instagram. And that comes organically, right? I'm not told them, hey, can you share? They're like, we had such a great time. I'm honored to share it with my own community and introduce them to you, AJ. So I think when it comes naturally, when it's about relationships, not transactional, that's when all parties have fun. Me, the guest, as well as the listeners.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there as well. And I feel like the more the guest enjoys the interview and the episode, the more they're going to want to share it. And I think about, we interviewed at the end of the yesterday, Jolie Glassman. And Kelly, I said it, and it stayed. It wasn't just like a temporary, quick, like I get more energy now. Like till the end of the day, I had just a huge amount of energy because she just has this. I don't know if you got a chance to watch it, but she just has this energy that sort of lights things up. And so I said to her last night after the interview was over, I said, next week I'll get you a clip of just your interview. I want to do that for interviewees anyway. But her interview was so strong. And it's not for my benefit, but I want her to be able to put that on her website or other places. And so I hope she had the same experience as the guest, but she did come and say, how can I share it? Tell me where I can share it and what I can do. And I hope that's because she had a great experience as a guest. So I think the more you serve your guest and want to make it the best interview they've had, the more they're going to want to tell people, check out the best interview I've ever done. So I think that what's Steve Martin said it, right? Be so good they can't ignore you. So I think
exactly.
If you're so good that they can't ignore that interview they just did, they're going to want to tell people about it. So I agree with what you said, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah. And also to add to your quote, I'd say feel so good that they can't ignore you. Because when you feel good during a conversation, during a podcast interview, it's a heart-to-heart connection, and somebody who is just tuning in for the very first time, they can't help but listen more because they sense your energy, they sense your resonance, they sense the good vibes that you're bringing out along with your guest. And so I've had those conversations, where it's like they might not even be a New York Times bestseller, right? They're like somebody you brought on the show, but their energy is so infectious that you have an amazing time, lingers on for the rest of the day or even the week. And you're like, I'm just glad that I'm in this field called podcasting.
Well, and to that point, I love that. And to that point as well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't overlook the fact that as a host, and I mean, it's kind of weird because you should be and probably will be enthusiastic about sharing your interviews anyway that you do with people. But I think as a host, if you interview somebody and it's this interview that the energy was off the charts or the feeling was off the charts, as a host, you might end up sharing that with 3 times the effort and energy that you would have on a normal show, even though you love your show and you share it well. You might go out of your way, and I know there's this one guy that had me on his show, and we're like 2 years later, and he's still like, I'll see his tweets go out tweeting that the episode is, you can check out the episode now. And it was like from 2 years ago, and he's done it consistently forever. And so if he asked me to share something or do something as a past guest, I'm going to do it because of how much work he's put into sharing my episode. I don't follow him daily enough to know if he does that for everybody or if it was because he really liked my interview. I'm not sure. But the bottom line is, a guest, I'm going to be more apt to share it. And I just wanted to unpack that for a minute, AJ, because this is the challenge most podcasters face, is they go into it thinking, I'm going to get Jack Canfield on the show, and then Jack's going to share it with his million plus followers. But Jack's busy, and Jack might do 5 or 10 or 100, who knows, interviews that week. And so he's probably not likely going to be able to share everybody's interview a bunch of times.
Right.
So you have to figure out how am I going to get the message out without relying on the guest sharing it. But if they do, it's a bonus. So again, I think it goes back to what we said: be so good they can't ignore you. Deliver an interview that they just want to make sure people know about, and maybe on your side, deliver an interview that you want to make sure people know about because you felt you brought the best out in the guest and they brought the best out in you. So I just want to unpack that for a minute. So
For sure.
Kelly, before we dive into the core subject here about breath work, do you have questions for AJ that you might want to toss out? I know you've been toying with the idea of doing a podcast, so I don't know if you have any questions around that side, but this is a good opportunity to do it with somebody who's had millions of listeners.
Yeah, and that is one thing I've been toying around with is do I start a podcast? Do I not? I mean, I love being a podcast guest, and I get asked probably 2 to 5 times a month, to be a guest on people's show. But I'm still trying to figure out, is it really something I want to do? The reason I would love to do it is just to be able to reciprocate back to people who have me on their show. But I'm not necessarily sure I want to do all the work that goes along with it. So,
yeah, I think that's a great question. I think podcasting for the most part is about storytelling, right? And when you have your own platform, you get to tell more stories whenever you want. So that's one of the big advantages. And you've got a beautiful story as well that I'm sure people will resonate with. And you've got a wonderful offering at the end of the day, which helps when you're doing a podcast, right? I'd say go all in. I would say make a mental commitment in terms of how many episodes you'd give this podcast in terms of getting the data and seeing how people are responding. For me, I said to myself, I'll do about 15 to 20 episodes and see how it goes, right? At the end of the day, you don't want to do something which you're not really passionate about for the long run. And so having this mental note or this mental commitment will allow you to just take some form of action. And the other part is you don't have to do everything in your podcasting. Pick something that you're passionate about that nobody else can do, like, for example, interviewing. And if there are other tasks like editing or social media or promotion that you know how to do, but you're not passionate about, you can always outsource it. And these days you can do it all around the world, right? So that's my 2 cents to help you get started.
But I got to pitch to the virtual new media summit for Steve Olshurst, and so I got to pitch my story to them. And the cool thing was that one of the things that I mentioned in my pitch was something my mom always said to me, and she always said to me, "Cal, you got to learn how to make lemonade out of lemons." And so it was interesting because that was actually the feedback that one of the judges gave me, was that they loved that statement because it made it very clear for the podcast host to know exactly what I was going to speak about, right? And so then I thought, well, maybe I should do a podcast about that, making lemonade out of lemons, right? But then I'm thinking, okay, so what should the title be, right? So you know how it is. Then we start overthinking. Okay, now what? So yeah.
Well, Kelly, I don't know if you'll ever do that, but I don't know why when I think of lemonade, just to put an idea in your head, I think about the kid sitting on the side of the robe with the 25-cent sign. So maybe some play on the word 25 cents that people it throws them back to their childhood, but they don't know why. You know what I mean? Anyway, just a thought that, the other side, there's a catch-22, because if you want to really monetize your podcast, I think you also have to have a name where people know what they're getting when they listen to it. So you don't want to have a name where it's it makes sense to 20 people, but not a million. But at the same time, you want to have a clever name because there's 1.5 million podcasts. You got to really stand out. And, I'll tell you one thing I learned about podcasting, or one thing I learned that I was doing wrong was my speaking podcast, which is called Get Paid to Speak, but was called For the Love of Speaking. And it was at the New Media Summit that it came to life, because I heard them talking about, if it's a podcast trying to fully monetize a business podcast, you're actually saying, here's the outcome you're going to get, then your title should tell them what they're going to get by tuning in. And I realized that For the Love of Speaking could be anything. It could be teachers speaking. It could be people that love communication and love words. It could be a thing that the dictionary put together for a podcast. It could be anything, and it didn't really tell you what you got. And that, again, it was at the New Media Summit. They said your podcast should say what I'm going to get. And then it popped in my head immediately, get paid to speak. Now I know if I listen to the show, he's trying to teach me how to get paid to speak. And so, again, just some ideas for people listening for titles. I think, like you said, AJ, your show, the goal isn't to try to sort of get them right to a product you're selling or a back end. It's more to build brand awareness. Then I think your title doesn't have to say, here's what you're going to get, as much as if you're trying to sell something or deliver something. So my other show, Let's Do Influencing, it doesn't really tell you what you're going to get. It just hopefully tells you we're going to have coffee chats about influence. But it doesn't tell you what you're going to get. But Get Paid to Speak, where the whole purpose of the show is to try to, on my back end, introduce people to my speaking business. To me, it made sense to have the title say what it actually does. So just a food for thought, Kelly, that I like the idea of toying with the 25-cent thing, but it depends what your goal is at the end of the result with the podcast. And I guess to continue that conversation before we jump into the breathwork, then, AJ, what if somebody hasn't discovered your podcast yet? What would you tell them that they're going to walk away as a listener gaining? Like, what are they going to hear on the show, and what are they going to take from the show?
Well, firstly, they're going to get exposed to a variety of modalities that they can use in order to de-stress, right? One of the biggest challenges we are facing right now, especially in this current climate of the pandemic, is stress. And when you're stressed, you can't think clearly, you can't digest properly, you can't boost your immunity, you're, in a million places and thinking about things about the past, about the future, and it's not a good place to be in. And so when they listen to the episode, they come across these beautiful conversations about modalities like breathwork and meditation and yoga and Ayurveda that they can use to pull these levers to optimize their health, release their stress, and then connect with their intuition. And once, as you once you connect with your intuition, you're able to download some amazing ideas and visions and synchronicities to take your calling to the next level. And so, but the first, pill that they need to understand how to take is, how do I get rid of this chronic stress? And that's the answer that I provide through my interviews. And I also do solo episodes where I go deeper and talk to them about, hey, you listen to the interview now, let's use breath work to help you really get there.
Well, and to that point, when you mentioned about as far as the some episodes being interviews, some on your own, that's another thing too, Kelly, to consider. And that's another thing that I think a lot of people leave out, because there's a sexiness to you're bringing people on and interviewing them. But there's a lot of people that have built, I'm going to say highly profitable, but that doesn't have to be your goal, but highly successful podcasts where they've never once interviewed one guest. There's, Dave Ramsey, who you guys may know, but he's the financial guy. Like, he has a number of New York Times bestselling books. I listened to some of his episodes. I've never heard a traditional interview on his show. I'm sure he's had a guest or two, but it's not common. What he does do is take audience questions about debt and finances. But what I'm getting at is he doesn't have to worry about a guest showing up or not. He doesn't have to worry about editing a guest. I mean, it's a lot easier to edit yourself than two people. And long story short is that don't go into podcasts and think I have to do interviews, because I love doing interviews, but that adds another element of why you might quit early, because all of a sudden, again, you have the guest factor, you're relying on them, you feel guilty perhaps. I only had 14 listeners this first episode, not realizing that everybody started somewhere. But yeah, so I would say that also think about, you don't have to have guests. It's not mandatory. And there's a lot of great shows that don't have guests. Now, personally, I enjoy listening to a guest and an interview show more, but that's a personal taste. There's lots of people that prefer to listen to somebody giving 3 insights that you can use in your life starting tomorrow. I think the only challenging part with doing, or the biggest challenge with doing a show where you're the only person involved in the show, is you got to come up with that content. And I like for example, coming up with you're at almost 400 episodes now, AJ, but coming up with different content for 400 episodes on your own is pretty tough. Like Ramsey's pretty smart because he's engaged in the audience, but also they're giving him the content. So he might have covered that thing 20 times, but it feels different because this time it's Sally and Jim from Nebraska asking the question. He's taking a different question, but he also gets to engage the audience. And so I think that's a good approach. And I've thought about doing that with my speaking show, because my speaking show doesn't have guest songs. So having said all that, AJ, let's talk about breath work, because I know that's a core element of what we want to talk about today. So let's start from the top. What is breath work as relates to somebody who wants to be a podcaster or a speaker, somebody who wants to communicate or use their voice? Why is it important, and what is it?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many things that come to mind, right, when you talk about the breath. I mean, so in the Latin language, inspirar means to breathe in, which sort of implies that when you breathe in properly, you correct your breathing, you get inspiration, you get ideas, you get visions, right? Breath is perhaps the only function that we do in our body which is both involuntary, right? You don't have to think about breathing during the day. We'd go crazy otherwise, but you can also take control of it. And when you take control of your breathing, that's when you really unlock certain physiological effects in your body, like reducing stress, being able to think more clearly, and so many other benefits. And I can talk one of the biggest benefits of breath work, which basically is learning how to correct your breathing and breathing in a certain way that will allow you to reduce stress. Now, in terms of our nervous system, we've got two branches. One is the sympathetic nervous system, one is the parasympathetic. And both these branches of our nervous system play a certain role. So, for example, if there's this predator in front of you, like a bear or a tiger, that's when your sympathetic kicks on, which is when your blood pressure rises, cortisol levels spike, adrenaline goes up, and all the blood shoots to your limbs so that you can fight that bear or flight. So run away from there. But hopefully after 30 to 40 minutes, when you're out of that danger, that's when that branch switches off and your parasympathetic switches on, which means that your blood pressure goes down. You have some beautiful serotonin hormone to calm you, relax you, and your blood can be used then for other functions like digesting and relaxing and thinking clearly, connecting with your creativity and your intuition. But in our modern day, it seems like that's not happening because we do not have that bear in front of us. But what we do have is our bosses, our deadlines, and other stuff that stresses us, like the current pandemic. And so in such a situation, what we need to do then is intervene manually and start taking control of our breath so that we can rest and digest, so that the resource that we have in our body can be used for digestion, relaxation, and creativity. And creativity is where a lot of people who are watching this interview are able to use those resources to think clearly. How am I going to grow my podcast? How am I going to grow my business and my vision? And you'll be surprised. I do these sessions for a lot of entrepreneurs and creatives. Within just one session, they're able to experience a shift. And when you look at the world differently, the world is your oyster, right? So that's basically in a gist what breathwork is all about.
Wow. Kelly, I mean, you're a speaker as well. So I'd love to get your take on this and see if you have a follow-up question to that. And how much focus, Kelly, do you put on breath work or even vocal exercises, or how much thought do you put to that, or do you just wing it?
This much? Not a lot. That's the problem, right? So and that's something that I would love to learn, because to me it's all about mindset and everything too. And so I do a lot of that before I get on stage, but I don't focus on breath work. So I'd love to know more. So how do we do it?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think mindset is really important. But if you have a tool that is going to directly influence your physiology, that's going to make you feel more freer, especially when you're stepping onto that stage in front of 100 people. You want to be your best self, right? So your mindset is important, but also your breath set, if I can say it that way. But one thing to keep in mind is one of the biggest challenges that we see when it comes to the breath is a lot of people are chronic mouth breathers. Right? So they're breathing in and out through their mouth, which actually puts a lot of stress on your body. Because if you look at breathing, one of the goals of breathing is for energy optimization, for energy production. And just because you're breathing in and you're taking in the oxygen, it doesn't mean the oxygen actually reaches where it needs to, which is the cellular mitochondria, the powerhouse of our body. So when you breathe in, the oxygen goes into your body and it sticks to the hemoglobin in your cells. So how do you ensure that the oxygen is unbinded from the hemoglobin and it reaches the mitochondria? Well, the key to that is to breathe slowly, to breathe less, and to really extend your exhales. And what this does is it slowly but surely builds up the level of CO2, carbon dioxide in your body, that has the effect of ejecting the oxygen so that it can reach the mitochondria. So what I'm trying to say over here is, yes, oxygen is important, and at least from when I was young, people used to say oxygen is the life-giving gas. Well, what we're learning is it's not just oxygen, but in life there is a yin-yang relationship between oxygen and CO2. So you need the oxygen, but you also need to breathe in such a way that you're balancing both these gases so that you get optimum energy, especially before that event, and you need to show up and be at your best self.
Good.
Love it. And so I'm curious as well. Because I've heard about this a lot, and I struggle with the struggle with the idea of taking that time to breathe properly, and how do you actually do that so it becomes a habit? Because I think the challenge is it's easy for me to go, I know I need to do full body breathing, and I'm going to start doing it, and
Yeah.
I could even do it 2 or 3 times if I'm conscious about doing it.
Yeah.
But if I'm not conscious, I'm just going to fall back into my old pattern. So you almost have to make it a habit. And we were talking yesterday with Jolie about this, about the idea of me using the word "but" instead of and she used the word "and."
Right.
She doesn't want to discount what she said before the word. So, like she said, if you put a "but" in the middle, you're discounting what you just said. I love you, but this. I love you, and this is obviously a more positive thing, and it keeps the whole sentence together. And
Yeah.
so I was starting to say "but," and I go, "Oh, I did it again." And she's like, "That's good." And so my point is that if we don't notice it, we're probably not going to do it. So how do we get to the point where we start doing it consciously? And does it mean that we should do it consciously for whatever amount of days it takes for us to create that as a habit to make sure it's
Right.
on?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think for any habit, you have multiple factors. And one of the most important factor for any habit that you need to keep for the long term is the reward. The reward has to be good enough for you to say, okay, subconsciously, I'm going to do it more. And by doing these sessions, by just scheduling, first of all, maybe once every day or thrice in a week, you start to get the reward, which is the feeling of bliss, the feeling of relaxation that you might not have had in the last couple of months or even years. And slowly but surely, you're able to get into the habit of saying, you know what, I don't have to do it, but I want to do it because it feels so good. And so one technique that I would really share, one of the biggest challenges is erratic breathing, because when we're breathing in a haphazard manner, that erratic breathing affects our thoughts. We have erratic thoughts. Those erratic thoughts lead to erratic actions, right? And we don't want to have erratic actions. We want to have organized, intentional, effective actions. That's the goal. And so one breathing is called heart coherence breathing. And this is a really interesting breathing that everyone can try out. Growing up, we've been told that our brain is the main center of our body, right? So it's sending signals all across, telling all the other organs what to do. But through the research of the Heart Math Institute, we are finding out that no, the heart actually sends many signals to the brain that actually override the signals. So the heart is actually a version, you can call it the second brain of sorts, right? And so when we breathe in, what tends to happen is that our blood pressure goes up, our blood vessels constrict, right? So our sympathetic nervous system gets activated. When we breathe out, our parasympathetic system gets activated, which is our blood vessels dilate and our blood pressure relaxes. So you see, so much is happening just between one in breath and one out breath, which is one exhale. So if we systematically balance our inhale and exhale, what we're doing is we are adjusting the signals that our heart is sending to the brain, and that leads to a physiological condition called heart coherence that sends a harmonizing signal all across our body, allowing us to really relax and feel a sense of calm. And so in order to try this out, you can do a 4x4 technique where you breathe in for 4 counts through your nose, you breathe out for 4 counts through your mouth. And by the way, this is best done in a place where you're comfortable, no one is going to disturb you, and you're not driving or you're not in water, because these techniques can be very powerful. So in for 4, out through the mouth for 4. In for 4, out for 4. In for 4, out for 4. When you do this for 3 to 4 minutes, you effortlessly enter a state of heart coherence, and you'll feel a difference because your breathing is not erratic, your thoughts are not erratic, and you'll find throughout the day that your actions are very mindful, very intentional as well. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it so does. And what you're reminding me, which I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, I'm going to take it as a good, but I'd rather not be reminded of it, of how I've been. I practiced yoga. So when I discovered yoga, I was around 20, and I practiced yoga. If I go back through the past 25 years, I practice yoga more on than off in the past 25 years. But if I go back in the past year, I practice yoga more off than on. And one thing I wonder about, and you might know this better than me, but I feel like when I'm practicing yoga regularly, I'm doing those breathing like for whatever amount of time. If I'm doing an hour, if I'm practicing yoga for an hour, I'm doing an hour of that breathing. I think probably what happens then is, as a person, I'm doing that breathing unconsciously probably more. If I'm practicing yoga all the time, because my body likes it probably more and does it for me. Whereas when I stop doing it, I'm probably doing more shallow breathing. Does that sound accurate, do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I think any form of healthy practice, the more you do it, the more it becomes part of your routine. And it's also about training your body to breathe or hold your body in a certain way, right? So, uh, when I was a kid, I used to have like chronic breathing issues. And to Kelly's point, sometimes life has a way of coming back whole circle, right? So I used to have wheezing when I was a kid. I used to have an inhaler in my pocket at all points. And so the wheezing attack would happen at any time because of pollen grains or dust or pollution. And I would be in a state where I literally could not breathe. And at a certain point, there was this doctor I remember that sort of sat me down, and he emphasized the importance of breathing slowly, calmly, right, and in a intentional manner. So I think that was one of the seeds that lay the emphasis for breath work in my own life. But yeah, I mean these practices are very powerful, and sometimes you need to train yourself. Uh, Even when I was an adult, it was not fully conscious of me to breathe in and out through your nose, which is the more healthier thing to do. So when I sleep, what I do is I put a small tape over my mouth, and it's very popular practice. It's growing pretty fast now. But it's a small tape over your lips before you go to sleep that encourages you to, even while sleeping, breathe in and out through your nose. And it has done wonders for me. And I continue to practice it as well.
So just to clarify that, so it's a small tape over your lips,
Yeah.
and you do it when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
So like it's obviously not to the point where it's covering you, like you could stop breathing or something.
No, you're not putting a scotch tape. So you're putting a 3M micropore, very delicate tape, and you don't have to cover your whole mouth, just the tip of your, upper lip and lower lip, to subconsciously train your body to breathe in and out through your nose, which has proven, and it's not just me telling you this, but it's research and evidence that has suggested that breathing through your nose is highly beneficial to you. And James Nestor, he's written an amazing book about breath, which I can show right here. But he's written about this. He himself became that guinea pig, and he did this for I think 15 days with the tape and without the tape. And he was a chronic mouth breather, and he noticed the difference, like more energy, more relaxation, more calm, ability to think clearly. And these are all qualities that one of us can really benefit from, right?
And what's his book called again?
It's called Breath.
Okay, Breath. Okay.
James Nestor, Breath. Yeah, really good book, because he's not a breathwork instructor. He's a journalist, and so he went out there, had interviews, spoke to people, and it's loads of research, evidence based, that he has sort of put together in his book.
Yeah, I want to check that out. I'm actually going to put that book in the comments, save people searching it, and so that's why I want to ask you the name. But at the same time, like all things for me, I put it in there as well as a reminder of where to go.
100%.
Myself a step as well. But I just put it in the comments. So I guess the next part that I'd like to chat about as we start to wind down is what is a way that people can work with you? So you mentioned that you do the podcast to help people to get awareness out there about you, but what kind of ways do you work with people then? What is the core work that you do?
Yeah. So one of the ways in which people can learn more about me is by going to the podcast, because that's where I've been doing work and interviewing people on a variety of modalities that people can apply immediately. So go to My Seven Chakras. Seven is a word. My Seven Chakras on any of your podcast platforms, be it iTunes or Spotify, Google, Stitcher. My Seven Chakras, and you can download it for free. That's one of the ways. The other thing I do is I do these online Zoom breathwork sessions so that people around the world can join in. You just need an internet connection and a headphone. And we do these breathwork practices that will allow you to really de-stress and relax. We do this with brainwave music so that in addition to the breath, the music is also helping you relax and calm your mind. And we set intentions, really powerful intentions that I guide you through that will help you, align yourself and really even find your true calling if you've not already found your calling in your life so far. So for people who want to attend my intro breath work session, they can go to my7chakras.com/breath work intro. my7chakras.com/breath work intro. And usually these drop-ins are about $10. Right now, it's just 50 cents. 50 cents. Join me. Let's connect live and breathe.
Well, and I seem to be, for our event, I seem to be our best customer because we bring a guest on, and this is across both events, and I end up signing up for their stuff. So, for instance, Kelly knows this. We talked about it the other day, but we had Kyle Wilson on the other day, and I just signed up for his Inner Circle High Level Mastermind. And, it's I'm going to say not 50 cents. It's pretty pricey.
Yeah.
And up for this thing called brain tapping, which is put over your, and I haven't looked at it over there, but it's like I don't know if you've heard of it or not. But you put it over your ears, you put it over your eyes, and it's the idea is to get you into a deeper meditation than you can get in on your own, especially somebody new. So we ended up buying 3 of them. Well, I bought 2 for us, and then at least my co-host bought another one, and then the C-Suite that I mentioned earlier, C-Suite Network that we're going over to, I actually became a client of theirs. So I bring all this up, AJ, because I'm probably going to be the first client that listens to this after we're done today that signs up. Because
Awesome.
Even if it wasn't 50 cents, so the fact that it's 50 cents is even better. But no, that's awesome. And this is something I want to get more conscious of. I'm in this mode where I'm ready to have a reboot of me. And it's the start of a new year soon. And I'm not big on like a New Year's resolution, but I am big on a new year gives us a fresh start. And so, this is one of the things I want to get in is I want to start making sure I'm breathing like I would when I'm practicing yoga. And maybe the secondary part of that is I got to start practicing yoga again. Because it's exercise too. There's so many other reasons outside of even the breath side that I should be practicing yoga.
Yeah, and also, firstly, I'd be honored to have you come on my Zoom and do the breath work with you. My guests really inspire me. You came on my show, you inspired me back in the day, a couple of years back, and I still remember. I was like, Corey is so articulate. He's so well read, and he's sort of the Napoleon Hill of the modern day, because you interviewed like thousands of guests, right, back in the day. And so what I note from podcasting is it's all about relationships, right? It's all about you investing in my program, I invest in your program, and we together grow, because we can't grow individually, but we grow together. And if breathwork you want to try it out, I'll be more than honored to share what I've learned and help you go to the next level.
Awesome. Well, yes, let's make that happen, because it's one of the areas that I know I need to focus on for various reasons. And I understand as well, it's as far as breath work, it's bigger than just the personal side. Like there's business benefits. You're more productive, you're more sharp, you're more clarity. There's so many other reasons to focus on your breath. And then also I really feel like even for everything, like walking, even when you go out walking, if you don't have good breath work, you run out of breath all the time when you're walking. There's just so many reasons, I think.
Oh, for sure. Breathwork is one modality that is, can be applied to every single industry, whether you're an actor or a singer. Sports, it's huge in sports. If you're a healer, yoga teacher, Everybody. And the thing is, breathwork is actually part of yoga. So if you look at the Yoga Sutras, there were 8 steps to self-realization. So the third step was actually Hatha Yoga, which is learning how to control your body so that you can ultimately control your thoughts, because controlling your thoughts is so hard to do. We have 60,000 thoughts in a day. And so after controlling your body, guess what is next? Pranayama, which is breath, learning how to control your breath, that our ancient elders have been practicing for thousands of years. And so if somebody has tried physical yoga, they love it, but want to see what else yoga is all about, that's when breathwork is really, you're really going to love it and enjoy it, because it's fun to do. And beginners are also welcome. You don't need to practice for not thousands, months or years together to get good at it. You can just try these simple techniques and really benefit from it.
Awesome. Well, AJ, let's call it a to be continued, but let's also keep me honest on working with you on that. Let's make that happen. And in the interim, I know you gave us so many different ways to work with you and reach you in terms of the website and what have you. Is there anything else you want to add or anywhere else you want to send people? I know you mentioned how they can listen to the show. You mentioned the website. We put the website in the link here. We put the book that you recommended in the link. Is there anything else before we let you run that you want to add?
Oh, no. I mean, just wanted to emphasize that I'm going big with our podcast, getting better and better guests. And we do these for 90 minutes long, doing it on YouTube as well. So it's loads of content for free. Go to My 7 Chakras on any podcast app. 7 is a word, My 7 Chakras. And I'd love to connect with you as well. And any feedback that you have, please share with me, because I'm always looking to grow.
Awesome, my friend. Been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Honor you, appreciate you. Like I said, keep us honest in all the stuff that we do work together and on the breath side. And let's even call it a to be continued and bring you back to my podcast as well in the future, because I think we did an interview, but I think it's a long time ago.
Absolutely.
So refresher, if that works for you, AJ. So does that sound okay?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Corey, for having me on here. Really an honor. Appreciate everything that you do and things that you're doing to put help people. But yeah, it was a really amazing session. Really enjoyed today.
Awesome, my friend. We'll let you run. We'll put you backstage and let you run. And again, to be continued, my friend. Other than that, we'll keep waving the flag for all the great things you're doing. So thanks for being you.
Take care.
Thanks. You too. Awesome. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. What I love about this in terms of this event is that we're always bringing on people to cover different areas. So breathwork's an area we haven't covered yet. Yesterday, we talked about some areas we hadn't covered up until this point. We even talked about pay to play, which is something we hadn't talked about up until this point on the event. So I don't know about you, Kelly, but I love that we're able to bring other elements outside of just strictly podcasting, speaking, and writing that also still impact people whenever they're doing those 3 things or wanting to become a next level influencer.
I love it too, because it's been such a great variety. It's like there's no crossover. Everybody's speaking about different things. And that's what this is all about, that, we want to be able to teach people more than just one thing. And we don't want them to think that it's going to be the same thing over and over and over. So I love all our guests. They're just providing so many golden nuggets.
Awesome. Well, on that note, speaking of guests, let's bring on our next guest. Hopefully you can see us and hear us, Jerry.
There he is. Jerry.
I sure can. Good morning. Hey, Corey, it is an honor to meet you, my friend.
Yeah,
hey, Kelly.
Mutual.
Hi, Jerry.
Awesome. So great to have you here. So, Jerry,
it's great to be here.
Awesome. Well, where we usually start is we usually get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves. Then we'll dive deeper anyway, but a little bit about themselves so our viewers know who you are and get a feel for who you are. So any chance you can tell us a little bit about your background?
Oh, absolutely. Technically, I'm called what's known as a brand strategist as opposed to a brand designer. So just like someone who may own a house cleaning service says, I don't do windows. Well, I tell people I don't do logos, swag bags, tote bags, websites, and things that people can see, because great brands are built strategically and not visually. And so what I do is I specialize in showing people who have gifts to offer the world, expertise as an author, of course, as well as a coach or a speaker, whatever, and turn that into something original and thrilling so they can get known, get found, and get paid. And a little bit about my background, Corey, is that I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. And I don't know how much you know about the old proud days of Detroit. I grew up during an era called the Motown sound of Motown music. And so they call me the brand and evangelist, not only because of my enthusiasm for branding, but what I do is I show people who have personal brands how to find the rhythm of their brand so they can dance to the beat of their market.
Wow. I love that.
I can keep going if you want.
Well, that's perfect. I mean, and we'll dive deeper anyway. And Kelly, first of all, thank you for bringing Jerry onto the show. And I'm curious, because I don't know this answer myself, but how did you guys meet?
Well, we met just a couple of weeks ago at the Collaborate event. So this is a networking event that Iman and Rick German put on. And basically there's like a couple hundred people that just get together and go in breakout rooms and get to introduce each other and what they need help, promoting and their expertise is. And so Jerry and I got to be in a breakout room together and then had a call a couple of weeks ago. And again, we love our energy. We love how, we just want to help people and that sort of thing. So I told him about our event and he said, yeah, I'm in. So yeah.
Love it. Well, Jerry, I mean, my first question I want to dive into then is, and this is probably a lot of times my go-to when somebody has spent a lot of time in an industry, but what do you see as maybe the big mistake that people make in relation to branding, and maybe the one thing you see that when people do it well, it works really well? Just to kick things off. I know it's a big question, by the way.
Oh, that's a great question. Well, a brand is more than a logo. It's more than the window dressing. And it's interesting, Corey, because I understand when people hear the word brand, what they immediately think of is the visual aspect of the brand, the stuff that people can see in terms of your website or your logo, your color scheme, your photography, and all of that. However, that doesn't give an author, for example, what's called a whole brand, which means to give people a compelling reason to choose you over other choices. And so I always tell people, Corey, if you have a hard time understanding that a brand is more than a logo, let's take Coke and Pepsi. I doubt that the Coca-Cola drinkers prefer Coke because it's in the red can, and Pepsi drinkers because it's in the blue can. It's what's inside the can that counts, right, my friend? And so therefore, the authors and speakers and coaches and other people who have expertise to offer the world have to understand that in today's society, Corey, I heard that there's 1.7 billion websites on the World Wide Web. And so what's happening is that so many people are blending in and not standing out. And on top of that, false perceptions occur. So what I do is I help people really make sure that they put something out into the world that enables them to stand out, get noticed, and be remembered for their individuality so they can be rewarded for their uniqueness. And that goes beyond simply having a great looking website or a great looking color scheme.
Absolutely. And you feel that, I guess a part of it as well early on is there that aspect that people need the branding or need the whole package more than ever when they're first starting, but that's the time financially they struggle with affording being able to bring on people that can help them with that?
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Because we live in a brand conscious world. People prefer to do business with brands. And one of the keys, Corey, regardless of if you are selling widgets or selling services, right? Because there's 5 types of brands. You can brand a company, a product, a service, a nonprofit, or yourself as a personal brand. But regardless of what it is that you are offering, you have to understand that your primary goal is to achieve what's called brand preference, which means giving people a compelling reason to choose you over other alternatives. Corey, it's so funny. I don't cook, right? I mean, I will admit that. So I'm a takeout and delivery guy. And so here in America, right, I prefer Grubhub as my delivery system. There's nothing wrong with Uber Eats. There's nothing wrong with DoorDash. There's nothing wrong with those other delivery services, but I prefer Grubhub, right? Some people, going back to Coke and Pepsi, some people prefer Coke over Pepsi and vice versa. Some people prefer Nike over Adidas. Some people prefer, when they do rideshare here in America, Lyft over Uber, whatever, right? So think about that. We live in a world where we have preferences. So if someone's in business for themselves and they've got talents and skills and abilities and expertise to offer the world, you have to provide more than simply being good at what you do. It's a function of how good you are at branding, marketing, and selling what you do. Because, Corey, at the end of the day, the goal of branding is to get you known. The goal of marketing is to get you found. And the goal of selling is to get you paid. Amen?
Yeah,
you got to
amen.
get found. You got to get known, get found, and get paid.
I love it, and so true. And we talked. I mean, this is a side note, but we talked the day before yesterday about even how people struggle even with that, the idea of getting paid, and talking about it's okay to get paid to do what you love. And I know a big struggle for holistic healers that I've talked to and worked with in the past is that they feel we can't charge for this because we should be giving this stuff away because it's health related and you're helping people. But what does that do for your brand image? Just the idea of, okay, this is the person I know that's just going to offer for free anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Because first off, we live in a brand conscious world. It's that simple. People prefer to do business with brands. Why is that? Because you know what you can expect from that brand. And that's why, going back to the whole idea of creating preference for yourself and what you offer, someone here may say, well, I prefer to go into a Subway, right, as opposed to this other deli. Someone may say, I prefer Apple over Android, or vice versa. Someone may say that they prefer going into Starbucks as opposed to another coffee shop. There's nothing wrong with the other choices. But if someone makes the assumption, well, I've got something to offer, and so people should be thrilled and happy to buy what I have. If I don't make any money, that doesn't matter. No, you either have a hobby or you have a business.
I love that. Either a hobby or business. So true. And Kelly, I don't want to steal all the thunder, Kelly, so I'll let you jump in. You might have.
Well, you know what? We've heard that a few times this week where people have said you either have a hobby or a business, and it's up to you. What do you want? But you're right. Like, we need to have a business, especially nowadays. If you want to make money and you want to pivot, you've got to figure out how are you going to make money with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And to that point, Kelly, in order to make money, you have to give people not only a reason to choose you over the competition or other choices, you have to do what? You have to stand out above and beyond the rest of the crowd. And so many, and let's just focus on people with personal brands. They're blending in and they're not standing out. And so unless you're standing out, you're invisible. And so in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of 1.7 billion websites, what's happening today is that so many people, not only are they being overlooked, they don't understand that you have to give people that reason to select you. Now you start thinking, well, what is that? What is that? Well, it means uncovering what is called your unrivaled value. So for our listeners and viewers out there, what is your unique value? What is your gift to the world? What is it that you can provide people that's going to really resonate with them? Because I would assert, Corey, that when we start looking at our brand preferences, we choose those brands for a reason. For example, Corey, I was speaking at an event last year, and I said to the audience, throw out some of your favorite brand names. And Corey, they're going Starbucks and Apple, right? And all these brand names. And then I said, okay, why do you choose those brands? Why did you prefer their brands? Oh, I love the way it tastes. I love the way it feels, blah, 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 blah. And then I said to the audience, I said, listen, notice what you all have in common. When I asked you, why do you prefer those brands? I said, it comes down to one word, because. You prefer that brand because. So the question to our viewers out there is, what is your because? Why should someone do business with you? And to Kelly's point, you've got to be able to articulate that in a way where people go, whoa, I can get something from you that I cannot get anywhere else. And so, Kelly, this is what I tell people, ka-ching, 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 okay? And that's how you create what are called big brands, $1 million brands, game-changing brands, the kind of brand that people get thrilled and excited about.
So true. And, it's funny when you talk about that. One person that I used to work with, he used to talk about, what do you call it? Brands of distinction versus badges of honor. And what he talked about was the fact that there's only so many companies that can call themselves a brand of distinction. And they did a study, and they could only, in North America, when they did the research, they could only find 70 companies that hit all the parallels or all the keys to be called a brand of distinction. But what he was saying is these, to your point about preference, these were the companies that people would choose over others because they were distinct enough. And he gave the example, which I loved, that he said, a great example is if you were looking for a laptop, and you went into, for example, a Starbucks, and somebody had an Apple laptop, and you offered them $500 and a Dell laptop, most people would say no, not a chance. But if you went into that same store and offered them an Apple laptop for a Dell straight up, most people would say yes. And I'm not knocking Dell, but Dell isn't viewed the same way as Apple is. And so for the people that love Apple, it's a brand distinction for them.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because what you're getting to, which is really great, has to do with the fact that people make associations with brand names, because you have to see a brand like a person, in that you can recognize that brand by its name, because you associate something of value with that brand. So, for example, Harley Davidson does not brand, market, and sell motorcycles. What they're offering is the freedom to ride. Airbnb is not in the business of home rentals. What they're in the business of is belonging anywhere. You mentioned Apple. Apple doesn't sell computers. What they sell is what, Corey? Cool, simplicity, edgy, right? Nike sells belief. Southwest Airlines sells cheap airfares. Dove soap sells fresh, beautiful skin. I mean, Tom Shoes doesn't make shoes. They make shoes that matter. Pixar sells what? Witty, innovative animated stories. So all of a sudden you start thinking, yeah, I associate something of unique value with that brand. Now, let's take another example of that, which is not on the right side, and that is Yahoo. When you say Yahoo, what do you think? Yahoo! Why? What is that? And so what happens today is that so many people are saying the wrong things the wrong way to the wrong crowd, right? Because at the end of the day, when you nail down your brand, you can say the right things the right way to the right people. And that's the name of the game. And that's brand strategy, not brand visual.
Love it. Well, and to your point, Gary, I think a lot of people struggle, like you say, with the idea of what a brand really is. And I don't know if you agree with this, but one person said to me one time, and I'm going by memory on this, but he said a brand is simply a promise that you make and keep to your customer.
Oh, absolutely. And the promise to the customer shows up as what? An experience. So you're promising that if someone works with you, someone buys your brand, you're going to feel a certain way. And you have to find what that is. I always tell people that in the thought leadership space, for example, and Kelly can attest to this. Let's take Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, years ago, realized that what people were buying from him was not motivational speaking. It wasn't life coaching. The Tony Robbins brand that he defined over 30 years ago was life on your own terms. And he's never deviated from that. Les Brown was live your dreams, and then he morphed into you have greatness within. Oprah built her personal brand around the idea of live your fulfilled life. You start thinking about great authors, right? You think of what you associate with that author. You know, so funny, Corey, when I think about this whole thing of, hey, what do you want associated with your brand? I think of Nora Roberts, who was what? Romance novels. John Grisham is what? Legal thrillers. James Patterson, mystery, and Stephen King, the master of horror. So all of a sudden you start thinking, if I'm an author, for example, if I'm someone who has any kind of expertise, what do I want people to associate with me? And then you think about your persona in terms of how you have to present yourself to the market. It makes sense?
Absolutely, it does.
And Corey, and Corey, dude. The problem is a lot of people don't know who they are. They think their brand is their book, as opposed to understanding that you are your brand. And so if you are your brand, you have to carve out what? Your me only identity in a crowded market space. Because at the end of the day, you have a choice. You can either be me too or me only.
I love that.
There's a lot of me too out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you've used that for a book title yet, but you need to use that for a book title.
Oh my goodness. Hey, listen. Hey, Corey, brands like Starbucks and Nike have shown us, for example, that the products they offer are less important than the brands they market and sell. Because they understand that the reason why strategic branding, according to the Wall Street Journal and other sources, is the #1 business building tool out there is because it allows you to do what? Seize control over how people perceive you. And the reality is that unless you brand yourself, somebody else will. And the way they brand you is probably not going to be the way you want them to brand you or perceive you. Because people will slot you. They'll put you in a box. I'm a real estate agent. I put you into the real estate pile. I'm a financial planner. Oh, another one of those. I'm a life coach. Okay, you go into the life coaching pile. I'm an author. Oh, really? I put you into the write a book pile. And so the idea is to do what? Uncover your voice, your unique voice to the world, a voice that allows you to be seen and be heard and be remembered so that people see you as the brand of choice. I don't think Kelly told you they call me the branded evangelist, by the way.
I love it, and it fits. Well, I have to say, what I think of when you're talking about this as well, Jerry, is I was at a Lisa Nichols event last year, and she did this networking blitz. Everybody networked, and what you do is you go to each table, and you have 2 minutes, and you say, here's what I do, and because of that, here's how I can help you. And we had more people come to our table saying, I'm a life coach, and what I do is I help people become happy. And we had one coach at our table, and we're telling her, before you get up there, do not say what they're all saying. And we spent, like, before she got up, we probably spent 20 minutes trying to explain to her why you can't just go say what they're saying. And she got up and she just went and said what they all said. And so all of a sudden, there's like 20 life coaches probably at that event who said, I make you happier, I make your life more fulfilled, and I'm a life coach. And like at a 20 of you, how do I choose what I would go with if I wanted to have a life coach? So that's what it made me think.
Exactly. And see the distinction. I like that. That is really good, because the distinction that you are drawing here, my friend, which is really good, is the whole idea of, are you going to swim in blue ocean, untapped market space, or are you going to swim in shark-infested red ocean market space? And so if you sound like everybody else, like you just gave a great example, you are now swimming in what's called crowded, saturated, red ocean market space, where you sound like everybody else. And therefore the perception, because it's all about perception, is that you're just another slice in the loaf. You're just a bottle of water. You're just a carton of milk. You're just a piece of furniture. So instead of being a bottle of water, why not be Evian? Instead of being a razor blade, be Gillette. Instead of being another cake mix, be Betty Crocker. Instead of being a banana, be Chiquita Banana. Now, why is that? Stay with me on this. Because great brands swim in what's called untapped market space. So for our authors out there, particularly those in the thought leadership space, experts, change makers, okay, speakers, coaches, authors, that whole crowd, it's important that they identify the gap in the marketplace that speaks to what's missing. So if the author or the thought leader were to ask himself or herself, what are people looking for from someone like you that they presently cannot find, so that you can say to them, I know you've been looking for A, B, and C. You've been selling for D, E, and F. Guess what? I've got the A, B, and C you've been looking for, and you can only get it from me. Now all of a sudden, that's ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. because unless you're distinct, you risk being extinct.
Wow, I love that. That there, another book title right there. I love it. Great soundbite too. That'll probably be the quote that we use when we're running replay. So I guess having said that, are there exercises or strategies that you recommend a person goes through to start this process of, because I mean, for the average person, this isn't just like studying English and then, reading something in a book and saying, okay, now I do this. So how do they start experimenting with this and start seeing how it all works in real time?
Well, I think first off, they have to embrace that the key is to brand you and not your book. And also understand that your brand doesn't have to be who you are in real life. It can be a persona. So you can come up, and Kelly can attest to this, you can come up with different initials or whatever for your author name. But the key, though, is to start out by asking yourself, what are you standing for as an author? Because a brand not only tells the world who you are, it also tells the world what you're standing for. Because your goal must be to form a deep connection with your reader. And in order to form that connection with your reader, you have to really be in touch with what's called your brand purpose, which means let people see your heart. Let people feel your character. Let them see what you have immersed your life into. That's something special, that thing that is most significant about the work that you do, that has, let's say, been expressed not only through a book, but through other forms of being able to benefit your reader. Now, that may show up, Corey, as a mission statement or a vision statement, but it's not the kind of vision and mission statement that people are probably familiar with if they were to, let's say, Google that and see all these Fortune 1000 companies with all these mission statements. I'm not talking about that kind of statement, but one that is brand driven, that allows people to be inspired by who you are. And then after that, Corey, you have to then ask yourself, okay, am I going to be me only or me too? Now, you would agree, like you just said, nobody wants to be me too. Nobody wants to be looked upon as what? A bottle of water, because the last thing you want to do is allow people to label you as being generic. Because people will commoditize you unless you give them a reason not to. And so the second step here is to do what? Write this down, everyone. Uncover your brand voice. What is that thing about you that you're bringing to the market that speaks to the what's missing? And how do you want to come across as an author, for example? Do you want to come across as that wise intellectual author, or the funny person, or the quirky author, or the motivational guy? But the key, though, is to make sure that you are me only and not me too. Now, if you decide that you're going to be a me only author, and that's what I'm recommending, you want to be able to say, I am the only author or the only speaker or only coach, whatever your personal brand is, that can do humma for you. So that whole thing becomes, what is it that you can bring to the market that nobody else can bring? So I always tell people, Corey, you have a choice here. You're either going to innovate or you're going to imitate. And so the key is to be an innovator and not an imitator.
I love it. So let me ask you this then, to put you on the spot a little bit, Jerry. Kelly, for instance, helps people with their Amazon bestseller launches. And obviously, not everybody does that. It's a smaller market for sure. But is there something that comes to mind to you that you could see Kelly or somebody being able to do that's a little different than somebody else to make her stand out? I mean, one of the things she does, which I like, is she does a different approach in terms of how you buy the book, like when you buy it, and she doesn't send you right directly to Amazon at first. I won't go into all the details on that, but that's something that sets her apart. But there's still a few others doing that. Is there something you can think she could be doing that could help set her apart? Again, not to put you on the spot, but it's just I figured.
No, I do this. Hey, listen, dude, I've only done branding my entire adult life. I started my company when dinosaurs were roaming the earth. And I read an article about it, just to deviate for a moment, which said that the average American changes their job 10 to 15 times in a lifetime. I've never done anything else but branding my entire adult life, going over 30 years. I even branded and marketing in college. So welcome to my world, okay? There's not a question you can ask me that would put me on the spot, okay? So
fair enough.
I do want to say this before, I want to throw in another distinction. I gave the distinction about me too versus me only, because quite often I've had a lot of authors and speakers and coaches and the rest. I call them solo professionals, okay? Who will say things to me like, oh, Jerry, I'm different. I'm not like everybody. I go, really? The question is, are you relevant? Because between me too and me only is someone who says me special. Now, to be me special is when someone says, I am special, I am interesting, I am different. But the key, though, to our listeners out here, before I get to Kelly, is to make sure you ask yourself, what are people looking for from you? Can you solve a problem they have? Can you produce better outcomes in their life? Can you perform some kind of miracle in their eyes where you could make the impossible possible? Can you provide some kind of emotional payout that if people work with you, if people buy your books, if people sit at your feet through your training, can they stop experiencing negative emotions? They don't want to be frustrated. They don't want to be stressed out, right? So you got to nail down first, Corey, what is it that you offer that truly makes you so unique that you claim as your hot, undeniable benefit? So think about that for a second. You solve a problem, improve outcomes, perform miracles of some sort in their eyes, perform some kind of provide some kind of incredible emotional relief. And Corey, if you tie a ribbon around that, name it, frame it, blab it, and grab it, be in it and walk in it, it says what to your audience? It says, here's my hot benefit. Because Corey, one of the keys today, my friend, more so than ever before, is you got to sell the sizzle and not the steak. You got to sell the bubbles and not the champagne. You got to sell the whiff of the coffee, not the coffee. You know what I'm saying? Now, having said that, go back to Kelly. Because what Kelly offers, this is for everybody to take note of. Kelly has a secret sauce. Kelly has a special way of serving her clients. So one of the things that's so important for everybody out there is to understand you have a choice. You can put out services or you can put out a brand. That's two different things. If you want to be bland, then don't put out a brand. But if you want to be known for something, then ask yourself, how can you deliver whatever it is that you say you can deliver as a solution, as a miracle, et cetera, in a way that nobody else can? And so for Kelly, it's about the steps that she takes. Her because is that Kelly is very much in touch with what's called your brand DNA. Kelly knows who she is. She knows how to put together that special recipe. Kelly, tell me if I'm wrong, where she can put together those things that make up how she thinks, what she knows works and doesn't work, her wisdom, her ability to do things that nobody else can do. It's like her own special recipe, and she puts in all those ingredients, and that's what she wants to be known for. And so that's the thing for Kelly, which is that she has what is called that that reason to believe I can do what I do that nobody else can do. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, I always tell people when you watch TV commercials, there's a reason why a Bounty paper towel, for example, says, Bounty, the quicker picker-upper, let the spills begin. Why? Because Bounty can absorb more liquid than any other paper towel because we have something called trap and lock technology, which allows us to absorb 2 times more liquid than any other paper towel. Whoa. So Kelly has a unique ability to do something that nobody else can. So what am I getting to? Bottom line, brand your brilliance, brand what makes you sparkle, brand what allows you to radiate, brand what it is that you're able to do that most others cannot do in your space. The question becomes, what comes easy to you that's hard for most others? And that's who she is. Am I right, Kelly?
You're right. You're right. Thank you.
I love it. So, Kelly and Jerry, before we start to wind down, I want to ask Kelly, do you have any questions that are looming that you want to ask Jerry before we start the wind down process?
Well, actually, you asked the one question I was going to ask, and it's all about how to start, because I know that that's probably the big question that people are trying to ponder is, okay, I'm an author, I'm a podcaster, I'm a speaker. So how do I start, right? And anyways, you kind of answered that, right? Like, you really got to get known, figure out what you want to get known for.
Yeah, exactly, Kelly, because you have to ask yourself, where's the void in the market? Where's the gap in the marketplace? What are people looking for that they presently cannot find? Okay, so that you can have your own unique spin. So for an author, for example, could it be that, well, maybe you want to be known for how you unfold your stories, or how you construct your characters, or how, the pacing of your stories. It's about those things that allows you to not only shine the brightest, but to be able to say, I am fearlessly original. I've got exactly what you are looking for, and you can only get it from me. When you can nail that down, then you're off to the races. Now that takes some thought, okay? That takes self-reflection. And one of the challenges, Corey, for so many people today, particularly people who offer expertise, speakers, coaches, authors, etc., is that they can't read the label when they're inside the bottle, right? Mm-hmm. They're too close to it, right? They can't see themselves inside the picture frame. And so the idea is to make sure that you say something that is fresh, unique, and original, so that nobody can go to another website and say, oh, this other person can do what you do. No, they can't, if you know what your DNA is.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your identity? Who are you? Remember, this is strategy, guys. See, this is the thing. Now, see, you're getting it now. So when you start thinking about what we've been talking about, just having the aesthetics, the window dressing, the color swatches, and the photography, that's not giving people. No one's going to hire someone just because they got a great logo or a great website with wonderful pictures. I mean, come on, man. And Corey, if I may, you said something, Corey, dude, you said something very good at the beginning. Influencers. If someone wants to be an influencer, then you need to know what to say to influence. Because for most people, and this is what branding studies have shown, it's those four things. Can you solve a problem? Can you give me better outcomes? Can you perform a miracle in my eyes, or provide some kind of emotional payoff? And when you start thinking about great brands, products, services, doesn't matter. They usually have positioned themselves around those four angles. Make sense?
It sure does. I love it. I mean, I'll have to, Jerry, with your permission, I'm going to call this to be continued, because I mean, you have me pulled completely 1,000% in. And I know we have multiple audiences. So I have a podcast called Let's Do Influencing, which is essentially the idea of a coffee chat about influence. And you'd be such a good fit there. So with your permission, I'll call it to be continued. And if you're open to it, we can chat about bringing you onto that show as well.
Oh, I would be honored, man. Listen, I'm a fan of yours. Okay, you are a rock star. I love what you do. And Kelly, thank you again for bringing us together. This is fantastic. I love people who are up to making a difference in the world. And Corey, you are an inspiration, my friend. You have your own brand that I see myself, and I feel that you've got something as a real gift that you're giving people, and I salute you for that.
Oh, thank you so much. That's so humbling. And I have to say, we had, as soon as I said we should call it a to be continued, we had Jason Dodd comment, yes, please continue this for sure. And he just put, this is gold. So Jerry, having said that, we're at our wind down point. So I just want to ask you, maybe most important question for those that have been listening or will be listening in the replay or will be listening when we share it through my newsletter. How can people get a hold of you? How can they connect? How can they learn more? All that kind of good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. My website is jerryfosterbranding.com. But if they go to jerryfosterbranding.com/claim-gift, I have a free gift that I love to give your listeners. It's called the Big Brand Video Series. It's a motivational clips of me live on stage. Actually, I think I was in Canada, now that I think about those clips. And that'll get people to start thinking. Yeah, that'll get people to start thinking about their brand. And I'd love to go ahead and provide that. So jerryfosterbranding.com/claim-gift.
Claim-gift.
That's my big brand video.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I want to put the link below. So like I say, Jerry, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. And again, I'm going to call it a to be continued. But in the interim, I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming on today, making a difference in people's lives, and introducing a subject that not everybody can and does introduce. And I think you have people already thinking about what their brand is and how they could view it or view it differently, or also make changes to that brand. So I thank you so much. I salute you. I honor you.
And also, Kara, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I want to put up my cell. It's area code 310-382-6539. 310-382-6539, because I also created a free assessment tool where people can go online and muscle test their brand and see where they're strong or where they're weak. So if they send me a text, put their name and say, Corey, or whatever, put their name and say quiz assessment or quiz, and I'll get them set up, and they can take my quiz and they can see where they're strong, where they're weak, and where the missing pieces are. Because, Corey, I want to say one more thing about what you just said. One of the worst things is this whole thing. You don't know what you don't know, especially when it comes to branding. And the last thing to do is to act like you know what you don't know. What you don't know is not important, especially with branding. Not in this branding world that we live in right now. It's all about your brand.
Absolutely. And Jerry, what's the number one more time? I was starting to type it, and then I clicked something. I don't know what happened, but it's 3.
Area code. Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles. Area code 310.
Okay.
382.
382-6539.
Yeah, 382-6539. So 310-382-6539. Put their name in the word quiz, and I'll get them hooked up, and they can muscle test and see where they are.
Awesome stuff.
I'm just a giver, not a taker.
Love it. Well, that's what you have to do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like I say, to be continued, but this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. And thank you, Kelly, for making this all possible.
Thank you. And thank you, Jerry, for coming. I love it that, you talk more about being strategic about it. A lot of people talk about branding on the surface, and you take us that, 10 steps deeper, which is awesome. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you for the invitation. It's my honor.
You're very welcome.
So appreciate it. We'll let you run, my friend. And again, to be continued. So awesome stuff, Kelly. So amazing. I knew it would be. I just wanted to, we're going to take a break here any second. And I say take a break because our next guest is pre-recorded. So Shay Rowbottom is pre-recorded. And so I already put it up on the Blue Talks Amplify page, but my next thing I have to do in the next minute or two is start uploading it to all the other places where this would normally air so that people can see it wherever they would normally see the main live videos. And then on top of that, right after that, we have our normal break. So we got kind of for us, at least you and I, we have a break as if it was a two guest break. And then we have 2 major, fantastic, amazing guests coming up after that break. Let's see here. I was checking 2 things at the same time, but just the order. So we have Toni Kaufman coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, and then 2:45 p.m. Eastern, we have Allie Reeves closing out the day. And so I am super stoked to see these 2 guests come on board, hear all the insight they're going to share with us. And, we're talking a bit about speaking, and Toni has such an amazing experience, as you mentioned yesterday, on the speaking bureau side. And Allie is crushing it on Instagram and in podcasting. So she's going to be able to talk to us heavily about being an influencer. And so I'm super stoked for the guests that come after the break. And of course, at the same time, you do not want to miss Shay Rowbottom. So even though you're watching a pre-record, which, I don't like to say to people watch it as a replay, but it means that if you can't jump on right away, it's going to be on the page. But this lady, again, I think she's mid-20s, I think. And she went on to LinkedIn 2 years ago. She was crushing it on Facebook for a few years before that. Moved over to LinkedIn about 2 years ago, I think it was, maybe 18 months. And she now has 500,000 followers on LinkedIn. And she is changing lives on a daily basis. And we talked about in the interview, which she shared on LinkedIn today, posted about it. We talked about in the interview about how she wanted to be a hip hop artist. She wanted to be a rapper first.
Hip hop artist on LinkedIn.
Yeah. Well, before she went on LinkedIn, that was her first original dream, and she was pursuing it heavily. And she actually had, she was on, I forget what show it was, but she was on like a big, sorry, she was on, I think it was American Idol. She tried it for American Idol, I think it was. But she has done quite a few things in the music world, but then she just realized that she could have a similar voice, but in a unique way on social media as an influencer. But the big takeaway is somebody who's been able to grow a tribe, we want to call it that, on LinkedIn of 500,000 people and do that in 18 months. This is the person you need to listen to, because she can teach you stuff that you probably can't hear many other places.
I know. I'm really excited about listening to what she said, because, you know, I've been told so many times, and I know this myself, being a business person, I should be on LinkedIn, and I'm on it. And I have a whole bunch of followers, but I don't nurture that tribe. And so I'm really excited about listening to her, because I know she's going to give me a million golden nuggets.
Well, then, I watched it because I was a part of it, but I'm going to rewatch it soon. But then I'll say, don't miss out, Kelly. You can actually go watch it. It's up right now on the Amplify Your Message page. And then for those listening who are wondering when they can see it, if they're not in the Amplify Your Message page, which I would say, why wouldn't you want to get on that Facebook group? But if you're in the Flip Your Script and watching from there, if you're in our Blue Talks author group, if you're on my page, if you're in my Corey Poirier Is That Speaker Guy Facebook page, if you're on YouTube or LinkedIn, it'll be on all those places probably in the next 15 minutes. So go check it out. And you have a break, so you can actually watch hers, still have your lunch break, and still be back, meet us back here in an hour and a half. So I'm super stoked to have people watch Shay's and see what they think of it. And I'm also super stoked as well to see you guys after the break. So Kelly, I'll let you run as well. I'm going to put up a banner here shortly saying see you back. But in the interim, I'm going to get stuff rolling for Shay's video and get things set up so people can check it out wherever they want. So thank you, Kelly. Always a pleasure. And we'll be back here in about an hour and a half.
You bet.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Okay, everybody, I'll just be a second before we go to the other screen, because I just want to get things uploading here. So let me just see how I can get this set up for you guys. It's this thing's like a live and learn thing with the setting up the screen to say see you back soon, because let's see where we're at here. Okay, so let's see if we can get this up to share with you guys. And actually, before I do that, let me
KBDM onion seed dot.
Hey everybody, I am back here, and as you've just seen really briefly, Kelly is back as well. I'm just going to give her a second, but I decided to jump back on here. Sorry, I'm a couple seconds late. I was just working on a few different things and uploading Shay Rowbottom's interview, so still uploading some her video in some of the locations, but you can find her interview on my main profile page right now, I believe. You can find it in the Blue Talks Amplify Your message group, the Blue Talks Flip Your Script group. I believe it's uploaded now on LinkedIn, and it'll be YouTube soon as well. So go check it out. I think you'll be blown away by the insight that she shares in this interview. So having said that, Kelly, are you ready to jump back in? Can you hear me okay, Kelly? Oh, you got it on mute.
I can hear you. Sorry. I'm still hunting.
No, did you want me to send you backstage for another minute or two?
But I mean, we can just keep talking. I've messaged her and I haven't got a response back. So
no worries. Yeah, so we're just
a phone call too. So something must be up because that's very unlike her.
Yeah, we have our next guest up that Kelly's tracking down. So in the interim, I thought we would circle back and say welcome back, everybody. And maybe Kelly and I will talk a little bit about either all three or some of the three platforms that we've been talking about over the last couple of days, and maybe an insight or two or a value bomb that came up may strike us to dive further into. But I guess, Kelly, maybe I'll pose the question to you before I dive in myself. But is there a thing or two that struck out to you? I know there's so many things, but a thing or two that stuck out to you the last couple of days that you think that you might be able to actually work into your life or business, or you're thinking, I want to examine this more?
I think it's just that confidence to say what you mean and be vulnerable and be authentic. I know sometimes, I recently had a friend that took apart something that I said and was just judging everything I said. And the problem is a lot of times people don't know the backstory as to why something is being said and what the meaning is. So I don't want to say the whole situation, but I just want to say that sometimes it can be really difficult being an influencer because people will take what you say the wrong way. And so sometimes it's really hard. And today I put it up on Facebook. I used to have this message. It's on my Facebook. And it was like a Facebook, like it was like a meme that I had. And it said, you are good enough, smart enough, beautiful enough, strong enough, believe it, and stop letting insecurity run into your life. And I used to have that on my phone, and it's, anyway, so whoops. I think I'm going to put it back on my screensaver because right now I'm just feeling that little bit of insecurity where is this what people are going to do is judge everything I say and take it the wrong way. So I loved how Shay and, George and Kent and, Jerry and all of these people were saying to us, you've got to be your authentic, real self, even if it means hurting somebody else's feelings, So anyway, I don't know where I'm going with that other than, we need to have that confidence to just know that our message is going to hit to the right people. Because sometimes some people will say, oh my God, that was amazing. And then you'll have somebody else that says, oh my God, I can't believe you said that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And yeah, and on that note, I mean, excuse me, authenticity, I feel like, and it's like everything. Once we start all feeling a certain way, then it becomes what we say a cliche because everybody feels that way. But I feel like authenticity is kind of the flavor of the year. And I mean, cliches, for instance, they are a thing because they are true. Like when we say a cliche, some sort of quote that we feel strongly about, it's because it's a true thing. It's a cliche because we feel like we hear too much, but it still doesn't change the fact that it's true. And I feel like authenticity is the flavor of the time because people want authenticity. It's whether it's a cliche or not, it's because we're craving it. longing for people to be authentic with us and true with us and real with us and true to who they are and sharing their real feelings. And so I think that's why Kelly probably speaks to you, is because I think we're all longing for that right now. That's just my take on it.
Right, absolutely. And we aren't going to be for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where one person going to totally resonate with your message, another person could say, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Or, you know, that person just bragging about their life, but really they're not. They're not bragging about your life. They're trying to show you that you're capable of doing it too. Right? And when you know where somebody comes from, it's like, oh man, yeah, no, that's an incredible story. Right?
Absolutely. And yeah, and I mean, that's the thing when we talk about, you know, because that's been a big theme as well, is influence. When we talk about influence, this is the challenge. I mean, you know, what Mission Impossible, what does it say? This is the mission should you choose to accept it, Mr. Hunt. But, you know, should you choose to accept it, the mission is if you want to make an impact, and it doesn't matter on the scale, but let's say if you want to make an impact on even a medium scale, you know, so thousands of people, then you're going to have to accept there's going to be detractors. There's going to be hate spewed your way. I mean, I hate to use that word, but it's true. There's going to be people that are going to say, yeah, you're just one of those snake oil salesmen, you know, and stuff like that. I mean, how many times has Tony Robbins had that said about him, I wonder, that he's a snake oil salesman?
Oh, yeah, exactly, right?
But at the same time, how many lives has Tony Robbins impacted for the better? And so to me, I'm just throwing a number up, but if there's 1,000 people that said it about Tony Robbins, and there's tens of thousands that have said this guy changed my life forever, whether it was at one of his events one-on-one, or whether it was through a book or through an audio, to me, the costs aren't anywhere as big as the reward to everybody, not just Tony, but to everybody involved. Meaning, like, and I'm going extremes there, like 1,000 saying it and only tens of thousands benefiting. It's probably more like 100 saying it, and he's probably, well, we know he's impacted over 1 million people. So, you know, so what I'm saying is that, you know, it's probably just one of the things that comes with the territory that everybody has to accept, is that you're not going to please everybody all the time. And you have to decide, am I going to try to please people by changing who I am? And here's the problem with that. Then you're going to make other people mad or turn off other people because you're not going to feel authentic. But also, you can't please everybody. So even when you try to be somebody different to please people, you're still going to piss somebody off. Or do you want to be yourself and maybe piss an extra 2 people off, but then impact an extra whatever number of people's lives?
Right.
And I know where I sit on that.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I even got to the point where I thought, well, maybe I shouldn't be a speaker anymore if people are going to just judge everything I say. Right. And I was like, that was my thought. Like, I don't know, what should I do? And, you know, and then when I hear about like the text message I got this morning from one of my clients saying, thank you so much. Because of you believing me and coaching me and helping me, I became a best-selling author. I never thought that I could ever write a best-selling book. And that was what I woke up to this morning. And that's why I posted it on Facebook. And I was like, see, I have to keep doing what I'm doing, even if it's going to offend somebody else. Right?
Absolutely. And that's something I'll admit. So I say it like as if it's so casual, like, and I'm okay with that, or that's who I've decided I'm going to be. But I also got to be on the other side of the fence and say, you know, I'm from the East Coast of Canada. You know, we're always taught no man or woman should rise above the masses and all this other stuff. And so I'd love to make it like to say it so vehemently that, you know, I'm going to be this way and I don't care what people think. But it is hard because, you know, I've always grown up in this small little place where you think, well, I want everybody to be happy and I don't want anybody to be dislike me or think I did something that hurt them or what have you. So it's not easy. There's a constant battle. I mean, my grandfather was the salt of the earth, and he always said, you know, say yes to everybody and then figure out how to do it later. And that, I think, just my own opinion, I think that may work somewhat okay in the work world, like the working for somebody else, career world. I still don't think you should say yes to everything, but you might be in a situation where say yes to everything that's related to your job and go above and beyond and all that. I 100% agree with that. But what my grandfather didn't factor in when he said that or thought that way was running a business and how much time you have and all those other things. So it might be one thing if these are your customers at a retail place that, yes, you want to say yes to everybody. And yes, you might want to do everything everybody asks. But it gets a little harder to do that when you're running your own business. And sometimes you have to make tougher decisions. Also, not only that, you might want to become a chameleon when you're in sales or working with, in somewhere where you go, okay, well, this person's this way, and I just have to, adjust to that person. But I think it also, again, becomes different when it comes to the fact that what we're doing in this world now, we're putting ourselves out there to the world and trying to make a difference in the world. And in that case, sometimes we can't be everything to everybody. And so I think what I'm saying is, that was a kind of a ramble, but what I meant by that was that it's all out of context. It depends on the context of the situation. But I think in the situation of the influencer world, you're going to have to accept that some people aren't going to like you. Some people aren't going to say nice things about you. You're going to hear somebody said something negative about you. But at the end of the day, if you're impacting and improving lives, that's what matters. That's at the heart of everything.
Absolutely. And that's what has to keep us moving forward, is knowing that we're influencing people in a positive way. And we aren't going to be for everybody. Simple as that, right? And that's okay. We don't know what's going on in their lives that are making them feel that way.
Absolutely. And now, having said that, what I'd also like to get your take on is another thing that we did you have a chance to watch Shay's video? I don't know if you had a chance. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So another thing, with she's in a situation there where, and she talked about that, right? Like, by doing what she's doing, she's gonna have detractors. And it made me think, when I was rewatching some of hers, it made me think of, I had Eleanor Beaton we had on last time around, and Eleanor talked about you need to work hard to repel the wrong people. So you're not going to be everything to everybody. And what that might mean is that if you want to serve people better that are the right people for you, you may have to repel others. And really, that's what Jerry was talking about, knowing your brand. And if you have your brand personally defined really well, there's going to be people that say, she's not for me. And that's great, because they don't waste their time trying to figure that out. And you're not wasting your time trying to overplease somebody that's not right for you. And it makes me think of the Southwest Airlines story where Herb Kelleher, the founder, had a lady write him a letter and say, I don't like how you guys don't take the flight seriously and you're joking around and all that. And he wrote her back a 3-line letter. A lot of people may not know this, but it was in his book. The 3 words he wrote back to her, I said 3-line, 3 words he wrote back to her was, we'll miss you.
We'll miss you.
And what he's saying is, you're not the right fit for us and we're not the right fit for you. Lots of other great airlines, go enjoy them, but you're not the right fit. Most CEOs would say, oh, let's see what we can do to make it right, and start changing stuff that's always worked for them. I love that he said, we'll miss you. And again, Jerry, if we could tie this all together, what Jerry was talking about is figuring out who's the right fit for you and showing them, this is my brand and this is the promise I make as my brand, but that's going to mean repelling people. And then we go back to Eleanor, like she said, you have to actually work to repel people so that you can bring the right people to you. And then we go back to Shay and her talking about what she was able to do with LinkedIn. Well, the way she's done that, like even just her putting up today the post saying my goal was to be a hip hop artist and what have you. Well, if somebody doesn't like hip hop, that might say, well, I'm not going to listen to her anymore. She sings hip hop, and so again, goes back to that original point, the theme that you're not going to be all things to everybody, but if you want to influence lives, you have to figure out who you are the all things to, and then repel the people that you're not the all things to. Exactly.
Totally. One of my friends, she's a client of mine now too. She introduced me to a girl who she said, you must like coach this girl. Like she must hire you. And yet the girl was just like, nope, that's too much of a step for me. I can't do that, blah, blah, blah. Hiring a book coach, no, that's going to put me way out of my comfort zone, blah, blah, blah. I can't do it, right? And, I was ready to just say to her, you know what? I'm not a fit for everybody. I'm the kind of person that I want to get it done. So you don't want to work with me if you don't want to get your book done, right? If you want to that's simple as it is. If you don't want to get your book done, don't work with me. Because I want to work with people who want to get their book done and get it out in the world.
Absolutely.
That's who I want to work with. I want to, let's get it done. Let's get it done now. Let's not get it done a year from now. Let's get it now. Right?
Yeah, you're so right. And I mean, so to that end, that was a big takeaway for me too, was the idea of we're not going to serve everybody equally. We're not going to be all things to everybody. We're not going to please everybody. But if we are authentically ourselves, we're going to make a difference in the world.
That's
and
right.
So I love that you brought that up. One of the other or one of the takeaways for me, I think there's a couple things that I realized that some of the presenters are saying that I want to start doing more. The breathwork one was a big one for me. It was just a reminder that I got to get back to and it's not just on the breath side. That was just the overall reminder, but I got to get back to more self-care for me. And it's actually coming at a good time. This is a full disclosure, but I've had for a long time, throughout the years, it comes and goes, but I've had bloating problems where like my stomach will be bloated, but yet I haven't gained any weight. Nothing's changed that way. And I'm bloated, and then it disappears for months, and then it comes back. And I've struggled to find the reason. And I went to Shelly suggested I go to this acupuncturist we have in town, who's just amazing. She's 84, she's spunky, she retired years ago as an anesthesiologist and decided she still wants to keep serving. And she gave me her thoughts on what I can do differently. And I feel like for the first time I might have a solution to it. And she even told me what's going on. And so I say that because it's good timing to hear about breath work, because I'm already on this path that I need to take some time for self-care again. I've fallen off a little bit.
Right. I love that you bring that up, because I've actually been thinking about December and how crazy busy I've been for the last 3 months. Like I've been working literally 10, 12-hour days, 7 days a week for probably 2 months now. And so I've been thinking, maybe I should take the whole month of December off. Just to get back to the self-care thing. And last night I was watching videos about, painting, because I love to paint. And I thought, I need to get back to my painting. And then I thought, well, why not take 2 weeks off of December where I do not do any book coaching? Simple as that, right? Because even my coaches have been telling me, Kelly, you've been in high gear for 3 months, solid. And now it's time for you to take a break and just, do some planning and be gentle on yourself and not, overwork yourself. And you're right. We spend so much time go, 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 go. And then we forget to take care of ourselves. And then that's when strokes happen and heart attacks and chronic stress and all this stuff happens because we don't take care of ourselves.
And it's so easy these days to overdo it because we have so many demands for our time. We're kind of now encouraged to always be on. Our phones are always with us. And to be honest, I've taken some of the power back, and I don't even know what I would do if I hadn't, because, right now, this week takes a lot of energy out of me. And of course I have, 2 kids, so I don't always get as much sleep as some other people do.
Yeah.
Well, and they're babies and they're young, and we started later in life. And so there's a whole bunch of reasons I could say, I get less sleep and also putting in more hours. But what I also do is the weekends, as this, I think we've talked about it, but the weekends I shut it down now, and I never used to. And the evenings, a lot of times I end up going till maybe 5:36, but I also don't start till about 9 because I drop off the kid at daycare in the morning, the older kid. But my point is that I am forcing those, like I'll call it forcing, but I am taking those breaks, the weekends and the evenings, to recharge, because with the amount of time I put in, I wouldn't be able to do it as many hours as I used to. And by the way, the biggest factor in that, if I'm being honest, is the kids, because I was going the weekends and the evenings and everything else before and not feeling the same way, but I didn't have kids.
Well, and I've got 3 teenagers that are all living with me at home full time. So I'm fortunate in that, they're not young like yours, so they don't require as much attention. And so that part is good. It allows me to focus more on my business. But I still get completely drained. Like even last night when you were saying, I'm all fired up, I'm like, oh my God, I need a nap. Because I'm a true blue introvert and people drain me. And it's not their fault. It's just part of being an introvert. And it's also because of not only were we doing this event, but I've still got 5 million other things that are going on behind the scenes, right? That I still have to keep up on. And so I love doing this because to me, it feels like we're doing a 5-day university conference, right? Like really high level stuff that we have all these speakers teaching us, which is awesome because it's just not stuff that you can get for free. And so that's what I love about this. It's really high level, deep stuff. It's not just on the surface stuff. Like the branding, Jerry could have easily just said, okay, wear the same colors, always use the same fonts, make sure your website is professional, make sure your business card look like your website. You know, a lot of people think that's what branding is, but he's going into this deep level strategy stuff that you have to think about. You can't just, oh yeah, okay, I'm going to have pink and green and I'm going to wear, you know. Anyway.
Well, absolutely. I mean, one thing that it throws back to from a past event, it was actually the last event we did. One of the guests who I think I don't know how intentional it was, meaning like how planned out or strategic, and how let's say fluid it was or organic. But Larry Wingett, who we had on last time around. I mean, Larry Wingett had the brand dialed down in terms of the look. So he had like I don't mean like on our interview. I mean in general throughout his career. He wear the Western type shirt. He always had cowboy boots. Always had the goatee for a lot of years, at least the beard type goatee. So he always had a certain look. I think he used to even bring the cigar on stage when you could do that in the past. But I mean, he had a certain look, so you could say, okay, he has that side of the brand down. But to the point of what Jerry was saying, he went way deeper than that because his book titles, and I'm going paraphrase here because I can't think of top of my head, but his book titles are like, "You're broken, it's your own fault, and I can prove it." You know, and it's like very in your face type thing. So his books matched him on the stage. But then bigger than that, his personality, when he did an interview, matched him on a stage and in a book. And every aspect of that to me spoke that you know what you're getting with him all the way through. But also, a key thing Jerry said, what you're getting from him, he's me only. You're not getting it from anybody else. And anybody else that tried to do it after him would look like they're copying him.
Right.
And so I feel like Larry didn't just have it on the brand side that we all think about with the looks and colors and his business card probably and all that stuff, but he had it all the way through. And he got it, I think. And he also recognized, what can I bring to the market that's not being brought to the market? And it's controversial, so of course it made people pay attention.
I loved how Jerry was talking about that, be the me only, not the me too.
Absolutely.
I thought that was so powerful because I've never even thought of it that way, right? So
yeah, he said me only, and then he said me something else. I forget what the other. He said me only.
He said be what was it? This is something like, be the innovator, not the imitator.
Yeah, but he said when he was saying like me only versus me too, but then he said, and let's go deeper, and he said me something else. Did you write that part down? I forget it now. It'll pop into my head later. But he said like there's the third one.
I wrote stuff down, but I must have missed that one. So
I just wanted to because I've said it the last couple of times. I'm going to tell you just for those listening because I said it the last couple of times, meaning last couple of events about Larry Wingett's the names of his books. So I just want to tell people, give a couple of examples. So I thought I'd go to his website. One is What's Wrong with Damn Near Everything. Grow a Pair. How to Stop Being a Victim and Take Back Your Life, Your Business, and Your Sanity. Shut Up, Stop Whining, and Get a Life. This is the one I think I was close to remembering. You're Broke Because You Want to Be. Called Work for a Reason. Oh, no, I found the one I was thinking of. People Are Idiots, and I Can Prove It.
And he gets away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
he can pull it off because he's got that brand that supports it. Right? Whereas some of us couldn't get away with that because we don't have that brand that supports it.
Absolutely. And the last one on his book page is Your Kids Are Your Own Fault. But now, having said that, to your point, he got away with it for a lot of years because, again, like you said, he's the person that could pull it off and all that. But at the same time, talking about branding, I don't know the answer to this, but could he start 5 years from now and have that brand? Because we're a lot more PC correct right now. And even the publisher might not be willing to put a book out with the title on it 5 years from now. The same. So what I'm saying,
self-publish it.
Yeah, true.
Would have done.
No, that's so true. But I just mean like the times change, and so even your brand, you have to reflect on: is this the right time for that? But that might be even more of a reason to do it. Who knows, right?
Right. Because that's that whole controversial topic that you and Shay were talking about. Should you be controversial? And, there are times to be controversial. So that could have been the time, right?
Absolutely. And so now the other thing, just as we go through what else took place and what else we covered, the other things we talked about. Like we talked with Chandler Bolt, and you got more time with Chandler than I did. But which was, for me, it was disappointing because that was an interview that I was, waiting for quite a while. But he didn't disappoint, and I loved that he took an approach which you wouldn't expect for somebody that helps people. He's more on the side of how do you self-publish. Like, he's not trying to he's not focused on Amazon bestseller. So he's not directly doing what you're doing, but he's trying to help people self-publish and how do you sell more books as a self-published author and stuff like that. But what I loved is he was very authentic and honest about the bestseller lists. And most people in his shoes, you would tend to think, would want to say, oh yeah, you should drive for the bestseller and I'll help you get there for New York Times and that. And he was very blunt about the fact that, which one was it? I think he said the USA Today was out of the 3, the most pure bestseller list. Well, it would be more befitting and easier for him from a branding perspective to say the New York Times list is because that's what everybody thinks is the Holy Grail. But I love that he dissected it and said it's not, for some people, they look at it, it's not a pure numbers list.
Exactly. And people think it is. People think that if you are a New York Times bestselling author, that means you sold the most books. And so I loved how he shared that too, because he explained the whole myth around that, right? Because a lot of people just think, oh my God, you're a New York Times bestselling author, you must have sold at least 1 million books, right? Because that means you are the best. Well,
and to that point, the best-selling list for New York Times, I think, is for the most part, the people that are on it. Well, I'll correct that, because a lot of times the New York Times list are celebrities who already had a built-in fan base. But if you take them out of the equation, anybody who already had a fan base, whatever they're doing, I feel like most of the people that make those lists make it for a week because they did a really big launch, which means, and as he said, I mean, at the minimum number, say 10,000 in a week. But you could, to your point about selling 1 million copies, you could sell 15,000 that first week and make the list, and then fall off the next week, and the rest of the year sell another 10,000. And so you could theoretically be on the New York Times list and only sell 25,000 copies. I shouldn't say only, but what I mean is you're not selling 1 million copies. But everybody thinks if you've made that list, you must have sold 1 million or 2 million books.
Yeah, they think you're automatically a millionaire because you sold. You made the New York Times bestselling list. And I know that that's one of the reasons why I haven't gone for that, is because I just don't think I have the power to make it. And so I'm one of these ones, I'll set goals, but I also want to make sure I can set an achievable goal too, which is why I haven't done that.
And I feel, I don't know that this is correct. Well, I'll say it from two perspectives. I don't think, from my understanding, and I've read a lot to back this up now again, so I'll say anything could change, but I don't think New York Times will put you on New York Times list with a self-published book. I don't think it's even possible. I think that's one of the rules, internal rules. You cannot make it. But the second part is, even if you could, what you'd have to do to make a self-published book, a best-selling book in the New York Times list, would almost be nothing short of miraculous, because that means you have to sell 10,000 one-to-one books in a week. And the challenge with that is that how long is your pre-order before that? So with a publisher, they're going to put you out for 8 months before pre-order, and you're going to just push for 8 months. So really, you sold the 10,000 copies in 8 months, not just a week. But as a self-published author, you're going to have to sell them onesies at a time. And then not only that, they're going to have to be sold in a certain area, because they actually take surveys of certain bookstores. So you can't just sell them all in New York, or you can't say I'm going to sell any in Canada. And so there's so many variables to make that list. As a self-published author, I think you probably shouldn't even look at that list. As a published author, you still have to so many things going in your favor. And the question is, why do you want to make that list? And so if the only reason you want to make the list, if it's vanity, then you're going to have a hard time making it, because the only way you're going to do it is be able to buy your own books. And now they have systems to make sure you can't do that. And then the other reason you might want to do it is if you're a speaker or an author, where that's going to increase your speaking fees. But at the same time, people don't realize this, then you're going to have to hire somebody to help you make that list. And it's probably going to cost you $200,000 to make that list.
Yeah.
So it's one of these lists where you're never guaranteed to make it. Sales aren't the only factor. So you could sell the amount and not make it. The things you have to do to bend over backwards to make it means, by the way, you're going to be taking book sales away from other places that do it. It means if your book is not a book that catches on viral wise, you're actually probably cannibalizing your future sales. Because you've done everything you could to put them in there, and then there's no sustainability to keep it going. I mean, there's so many reasons why I think it's an option, and it's great if you want to do it. But I also think you probably should realize there's a lot of other ways you can do something that's just as powerful without putting yourself through that. And I do, like the USA Today, I mean, it's half the sales. Like they say 5,000 is usually the minimum.
Yep.
It's half the sales, but you can do it with ebooks. And so I feel like that list is a little, if you're going to put a goal like that, I feel like those lists are a little more achievable.
Well, did you make the Wall Street Journal?
No, I missed it by, the best I can figure, I missed it by like maybe 300 books out of thousands.
Oh, no way.
But the worst part is I sold more Canadian books than US. So like, not only did I miss it just by a little bit, but my Canadian sales were more than I would have needed to make the list if they counted on their own. But having said that, I actually have joined up with a group that this coming spring, we're releasing a book together, a compilation book. Yep. And the person has already done the Wall Street USA Today lists, bestsellers multiple times, so they know the whole system inside and out. And so I'm pretty confident that I'll be at least a co-author of a USA Today Wall Street Journal bestseller early in the new year. But I used to have the holy grail of wanting to be in the New York Times, but it's just left me now. I'm not even, doesn't even appeal to me. Now, I wouldn't say take your offer back if I had a book that went viral and it made it. I'm just saying the idea of pursuing that. Chandler talked about that too. You have to ask yourself why you're chasing the lists. And I realized I don't want to chase the lists anymore. So the Wall Street USA Today, if it happens, great. But that's not why I went in the book fully. But if it happens, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But I did I made lists that I haven't been able to make in the past solely because I wasn't with a publisher before. But I did make the Barnes & Noble, Kobo, Apple, and of course Amazon. And there's one other one I'm forgetting. But yeah, so some of those ones. But yeah, Wall Street USA Today, that'll be next year.
Yeah, I'm like, to me, it's all about where do I want to put my effort. And, being a single mom, I also have to be concerned about where I put my time and what kind of return I'm going to get on that. So that was my concern. How much time am I going to have to put into that to get a healthy return on investment, right? Because I need to make, immediate money to support my kids, right? Not always, that future stuff. So,
Absolutely.
I don't look at the future, but to me, it didn't seem like there was enough return on investment to make it worth my while to spend that much effort doing it.
Well, and like I said, every time you say yes to one thing, you're saying no to something else, and vice versa. So if you say yes to one of those, like the New York Times list, you're saying no to about 5 other things in your life that you could be doing for your business. So I will tell you, I wanted to cover for another minute or two some of the other stuff we talked about this week so far. But I know our next guest is backstage, so I'm going to bring her on really, really soon. But just to cover really quickly a couple of the other things that people may have missed, so about checking the replay if you decide to do so. We also, I don't know if you were here for all of Bobby Bluford's. You weren't here for his.
No, I wasn't able to be there.
Okay, so Bobby covered, we talked about health and wellness. Of course, we talked about COVID and what he recommends people do during COVID. He gave a really simple 4-point system for what you can do on the health side. But we also dived into how he's had to pivot during COVID because he was used to training in person, which he likes more, he said. But he had to now all of a sudden, he can't train in person. And he had to decide, what am I going to do? And so he switched his business online, and he's still in the growing of doing that. But he said he was planning to do it at some point anyway, so just forced it on him. And we talked as well about the fact that the good news is everybody had an equal playing field. So it wasn't like he was the only one that had to switch online. All of his competition did. So he talked about how important it is to build that relationship with your clientele because of the fact that ultimately they're still choosing whether to go with him or somebody else. But where everybody's online, if they like him more, they don't have to choose between him online and somebody live in person because everybody's sort of in the fitness world, they're online. And so it was kind of cool just to hear the pivot he's had to make. But at the same time, the health and wellness tips he gave for people during COVID were priceless. And it's funny because I thought we were going to talk about something different, but because of intuition, I just go where the flow goes. And that's where it wanted us to go. So that was.
Sorry, one thing I'd also like to remind people is about our Blue Talk book. So the second edition is out. So we should put the link in the comment field. So if people want to pre-order the second edition of our Blue Talks book, that would be awesome. So
good. No, as you know, I'm bad on that side.
I know you are. That's why I'm doing it.
On the PR side.
That's why we're a great team.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just to finish this conversation off, we had George on talking about money, which we talked a couple times. It was such an important conversation that mostly we don't want to have, but I think it was an important conversation. And Kyle Wilson, I hope people took notes. Kyle is somebody who was a partner with Jim Rohn, who's literally, if you heard the numbers that he said, he sold 14 plus million books. There's not many people that can say that, especially business books, and especially books that he didn't author. Like he's what I think his superpower is he's a promoter. And so he ran events for all these big name speakers. He'd hire Bob Proctor, Zig Ziglar's, bring them out, Brian Tracy. And but yeah, so the books he talked about, those quote books, I really feel, and I asked him, do you think somebody could do it now? I really feel even if you had to adjust it slightly, there's something there with what he was doing that can still be done now. To like he had those books go viral, in part because it was, like you said, 70 cents a book and you could buy 100 copies, but also it's because of the names of the people whose quotes were there. And then also it was the quotes, because as he said, people don't just hand a book over and say, here's a book. They say, you need to check out this quote in here by Jim Rohn. And I just think, I'm not the one that wants to do it, and I'm not trying to do it. I'm just saying, I hope people are listening and saying, what problem can I solve there, or what opportunity is there for me? Because I really feel nobody's doing that, and there's something there.
Well, you know what I believe too is that because I did my little dating book. So this is just like a little 4x7 book. And so what I love about it, it's like $2 to print. Like it's cheap. But it's cool because what I'm finding is that people's attention spans are so short now, they don't want to read a big book. And so that's the power of these little books. So my clients, we're doing a mastermind right now, and that's what I'm encouraging them to do, is to just do the little books, because then it's accomplishable. And one of my clients, that's what she's doing, is she's taking 52 pictures of her dog, because she did this every week, and she had little messages that go with her dog. So we're going to have the picture and then the message with the dog, and that's what her book is going to be. And she's making them as Christmas gift to give out to her friends and family. So
I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And that makes me think, just before we bring our guests on, I'll just add that last thing, because we covered a bit of the ground of some of the guests we've had on, just to give people a feel for why they should keep checking out the replays. But it makes me think of Debbie Datchinger, who we had on last time. I don't know if you remember, but that was what she was working on. I think it's done now, so I'm not trying to help. I'm not trying to send people her way to get in the book. I think it's completely done. But I don't know if you remember, but she's doing a pet book that's almost like a chicken soup for the pet lover soul type thing. Right. And it's solely, like she said, there's lots of other books that business-wise it would make sense for her to do. But this is the book that's calling out to her right now, because she's such an animal lover, and she decided to put this book together. But same idea, right? That's what she's doing right now that's unique. And she said, Corey, I was shocked at how much interest there is in a pet book. But she said, it doesn't serve my brand that well, but it's what I'm passionate about. And
exactly. And why not? If you can do it, why not?
Absolutely. And the other side is it's a compilation book where people are investing, which she's openly said on the website, and that people are investing to be in the book. So she's also probably turning a profit to do what she loves. So it's a win-win, especially if everybody's A-okay with going into the book and making the investment, then it's a win-win. So I just wanted to add that because you mentioned about the pet book. So that's another pet book I know that's going to hit the shelves soon.
Exactly.
So having said that, just in time, maybe a couple minutes early, I'm going to bring our next guest on. So hopefully, Allie, you can hear and see us?
I can, yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Kelly.
So awesome to have you here. I've been looking forward to this. It's funny because somebody would say, well, you say that a lot, but obviously I reached out to guests who I thought it'd be a good fit. So I've been looking forward to all the interviews, but I've been really looking forward to this because I know the knowledge that you have, the insight you have. We had you on my show recently. I was on your show recently. So I know what people can expect. But Allie, where we like to start when we're doing this is to get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves and their journey, and then we'll dive in deeper. But I think that always serves better than me sitting here reading a piece of paper type bio. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are?
Sure, absolutely. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful to be here. I'm Allie Reeves. I help women grow their businesses via social media. That's the easiest, shortest way to explain it. If you have something to sell and you want to scale on social media, I can help you build a strategy to do that. I got my start in digital marketing. You know, I started running ads and building strategies, basically as a strategist for larger businesses a few years ago. Got really burnt out because it was very impersonal, and I happened to work with a lot of medical practices, so it was very clinical. And I pivoted my business just a couple of years ago to start working with solopreneurs like myself and small businesses, mostly women. And it's been the best decision I've ever made.
So right away, where I want to jump in, and I might be even jumping like 2 steps ahead here, but I know you do a lot of video on social media, and what I'm curious about is, what about a person? I know this is like deep into a question already. It's like I'm halfway into an interview, but for people that are nervous about video, is there still an answer? Like, is video right now the best way to do it? Even if you're not a big fan of video, or you have clients, I'm sure, that aren't video people, they don't want to do video. Is there another road around that, or do you think they should just get comfortable doing video? I know that's a question to jump in with, but a lot of people say to me, I don't like video. I don't feel comfortable with myself on camera, but I do feel video is where we're going right now.
Video is where we're at, for sure. And I would say get used to it. Unless you want to go very far into writing a book or podcasting, you know, that avenue, I still think, you know, having that added layer of social media, which is going to include video, is going to be so complementary and beneficial to your brand and your business. And I will say, I used to be that person, Corey. I used to be the person, I was deathly scared of video. I would have like almost anxiety attacks, and I hated watching myself. I hated the way I sounded. I still hate the way I sound, but it was a problem. But as I was pivoting into this business, if I knew that, I knew I needed to build a brand, and I needed to build trust and credibility with people out there who never met me and probably never will meet me face to face. The only way that I could do that is through video and showing them like, hey, I'm a real person. This is who I am, you know, quirks and weirdness and all. And with practice, it gets easier, I promise. And if I can get over that, other people can too, I promise you, because it was a serious issue of mine for a really long time.
Well, and Kelly, maybe I'll pose this question to you just before I dive deeper, but how about yourself? Because I don't think I've ever asked you that as far as video, being on video. Is that something you were comfortable with at first? I mean,
I hated it. I just like you, Allie. I hated it. In fact, my best friend would push me to do it, and she's like, "You got to do it. You got to do it." And I'm like, "I can't do it." And I'd have to listen to these certain songs 5 or 6 times over and over and over just to get my head straight to be able to do it. But I forced myself to do it. I don't like it.
Yeah. I'm curious what songs those were. Were they like to pump you up?
Yeah.
I love it.
The song that I had to listen to was Pretty Vegas by In Excess.
Oh,
and I would have to listen over 5 times over at least. So
well, good for you. You got to do what you got to do. And yeah, same for me. And start small, you know, and that's what I was like, okay, I'm going to start with like doing 1 story a day and, you know, and adding 16 filters as I ease into it, you know. But I love that, Kelly. You got to have those songs pump you up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was the thing I did.
If we continue down the video path, then since I started that in that direction, so one side is getting over the fear of doing it. The other side is being effective with the video. And, you know, that's probably a struggle because people are like, I'm trying to put out a video a day, but how do I come up with cool content, or how do I come up with something that's going to resonate? And we all understand, I think, now that no matter how much you try to will it, you might think something's the coolest content and it might not work. And the next thing's, we talked to Dave Clary yesterday. Kelly, you were gone by then, I think. Dave was saying that he did all these videos. He said they're all killer content. And then he did this one video 10 minutes before he was walking out the door of him wearing 3 different jackets. And I think he was like doing 3 different personalities of Dave, but he thought it was like just a fun thing to do. And he said that video to this day is still his most viewed video, but it was the least one he thought was he put the least effort into. And so, Allie, I know when I say that, there's no crystal ball to say this is what you do to make a video go viral or anything like that. But are there some tips you can give us to make the video more effective, I guess, at the end of the day?
Oh, big time. So first, it depends on the platform. That I think that's like the first thing you have to consider. Okay, where am I posting this video? What works on Facebook isn't going to work on TikTok, and very much so vice versa. Like people on Facebook are not going to get your TikToks, period. A lot of them. So I think it's getting down to, okay, what type of video is working for this platform? And then like your friend accidentally discovered, and this has happened to me so many times, something happens when you don't try very hard. Something magical happens when you let your guard down. You're just having a good time and you're, maybe even goofing off a little bit. And I've experienced that many times where I throw a video up, I'm barely trying, and I'm like, oh, I just need to put something out there. And I almost don't put it up. And many of those type of videos are the ones that perform the best. And on the other end of that, the ones that I spend hours making and I get so excited. I'm like, this is the one, it's going to go viral. Nothing. And it's maddening. So yeah, I would suggest what type of video is working for that platform. And then understand that not every single one of your videos is going to go viral or viral for you. They can't all be bangers is what I say, but with practice, you get better. And then with more practice, you get to be more of yourself. And typically that's when people really start resonating with you, in my experience.
And how many, it's something you said there as well, I caught, as far as you said, that's when I was just easing in with one video a day. So how many videos would you typically do in a day then?
Well, so Instagram, for instance, I try and post a piece of content a day on Instagram. I try and show up in stories every day, multiple times. I always say, like, for Instagram, your feed is like your storefront. That's what you want to keep pretty and aesthetic and balance of what you're all about. And then stories are back of the house. So I try and show stories like, I just went on and shared that I was doing this, kind of like behind the scenes look. And then I try and post one piece of content a day, and it doesn't happen like that. But I try. And then I repurpose content. So, I'll repurpose on TikTok and Instagram. It really just depends. But I always say, like, a good rule of thumb is it's not about like how many pieces of content you put out there. It's truly the quality of it. So if you can only manage 3 pieces of content on a platform a week, great. Just make them good, make them valuable, and what your ideal client or customer is actually interested in, versus trying to push things out as much as possible, because then you're kind of screwing with your engagement and reach, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, I love that. And I wanted to ask because, when people hear that, the first thing I know they're saying in their head is, well, how many am I supposed to post a day? And what's that magic number? And again, I think that's what, when we started with social media, and I'm saying started, I mean, even just in the last 10 years, I know that was always the talk. Well, if you're on Facebook, it should be once a day. It should be this long. If you're on this place. But maybe that worked when we were early on and we were all getting conditioned to it. But I feel like now it's such an integrated part of our life. I don't think it's just as simple as a formula of 18 words. Is what makes it. Doesn't seem that way. And I know it doesn't resonate with me. We had a lady yesterday on, her name is Jolie Glassman, and she runs South Beach Boxing. And, I was talking about how in her going down her storyline, I guess, on Instagram, there was one picture that jumped out at me. And it was because it was her and an older guy holding boxing gloves. And so in my head, I'm like, oh, he must be a famous boxer that I don't know. And so I clicked on that one first. But this whenever I was getting ready for the interview. But who's to say the reason why I clicked on that first? But she told me that was one of her most engaged posts.
Oh, wow.
But it's I don't know, like, I don't know why. I can't speak for exactly why I clicked on that one. But the only thing I could think of is that's the only picture I saw of her with somebody that looked like it must be a boxer, and where she's in boxing. I just wanted to know who this boxer is. And it turned into a boxer, and he passed away. And it was actually her talking about the impact he had in her life, almost like a father figure. But again, I don't know when she put that up if she would think that's the most common. But I didn't go and say, okay, well, every day I'm going to watch and see what her next post is and say, okay, now this one's the one I love because it's 18 words. I literally looked at the picture, and that's what pulled me in.
Right. Yeah. And was that on Facebook, Instagram?
That was on Instagram.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, Instagram, it started out and it still is a visually aesthetic platform, right? That's what it's all about, is the picture that you're putting out there. So, it caught your attention because those are the type of images that engage you, and it had her in it and some dude, and, you might be into boxing. So That makes sense.
And so now on social media, Kelly, I want to let you jump in here anytime you're ready. But on social media across the different platforms, this is another thing I used to hear a lot is people would say, well, which one should I be on? Do I have to be on 19 platforms? If I'm on 19 platforms, it means I have to post different ways in each of them. So now I have to post 19 times. And I love that you talked about repurpose. I'm not sure everybody knows what that is listening, but because we could dive into that in a minute. But what do you recommend there? Like, do you feel you should be at least on 3 platforms, but it's up to you which 3 they are? Or do you feel there's certain platforms you absolutely need to be on? Or what are your thoughts there on that side of things?
I think you can be fine on one. I think get one platform down really well and then see how much time you have for other platforms. I think as from what I've seen with a lot of the women that I've worked with in my business, when you try and spread yourself too thin, trying to be everywhere, then you're not really watering one of them enough and they all just kind of die. So I would say like start with the one that makes the most sense for your business. So for some people that's LinkedIn, some people that's Facebook, me, it's Instagram. And then as platforms come around that may make sense, if you can repurpose content there and you can manage another platform, like for me, that was TikTok, then add in that layer. But I always recommend get one down before trying to be everywhere. Because that's hard for the best person with the biggest team to do. So you got to be careful with that. Kelly, what do you think?
I totally agree with you. And, it's funny because I've been watching TikTok and and it's funny. I like it because I actually learn things on it and it's cool. But yet I hate video. And so, I have to push myself to do it. But the only video I did was the one of my cat. So
there's a place for that though on TikTok. There are accounts with just cats. I've seen them.
I know, but it's like I do things also because I want to serve my business and I want to serve my people. And so it's like I don't know how to actually because I coach people to be best-selling authors. I don't know how to convert that to making it into videos, engaging videos for TikTok.
Ooh,
so
I can help you.
That's something you should talk about because I don't know what it is, but I can see something in that. Like, and I don't know anybody else doing that. That could be really cool. Like whether it's if their books, are fictional, whether it's bringing the character to life as, dressing up like a character that nobody normally can see. There's got to be something cool there. Or whether it's like something to do with acting like you're the Amazon bestsellers list and you actually dress up like Amazon. Like there's something there. Anyway.
Very well. I don't dress up.
Wow.
Well, for you, Kelly, you coach people on how to be Amazon bestsellers. So, and I heard that you mentioned a mastermind. So I'm sure you do like specific trainings in the mastermind. So you can take that content and then make it into these bite-sized pieces of TikTok videos. So let's say one day you share, here are 3 ways to increase the odds of hitting the bestseller list, and you teach that to your people. You can then teach that super high level and create a TikTok on it, and it can be 15 to 60 seconds. But you have a wealth of content that's already done. Now let's just make it into fun little videos using trends or music or whatever. You should do that. Please do that.
Well, and then I do it for a lot for my clients. So I thought, well, what can I do? I don't want to just like flip the book. I've seen people do that where they just flip the pages. And I think that is so boring, right? Like, how can I do something for my clients to help them, with their books and that sort of thing. So anyways, I'm still kind of at a loss with it. So we have to hire you.
Well, we'll talk. I'm more than happy to help. You don't have to hire me. I already have so many ideas. So I love this so much because I haven't seen it on TikTok. And anytime that you can find a niche that's untapped, there's so much potential there. So that's why, I'm dead serious. Like, please just think about it. It'd be a hit.
Yeah, and you gals are getting me started thinking about what I can do with Blue Talks, but we'll leave that for another. There's something there. But now repurposing, I just want to talk about this for a second, just for those that might be going, what's repurposing? Because I've known for a long time now, but I didn't know when I started. And for lack of a better way of saying it, it's basically taking that content that's one place and saying, where else can I use it? And taking pieces of it. And Brendan Burchard, I remember hearing this one time that he said what he did every week was they would record, Kelly, I think you and I chatted about this, but they would record like a 1 hour video of Brendan teaching like 5 tips. And maybe that was the YouTube video that they put up because he has a YouTube personal development channel. But then they would take quotes from that, put Brendan's picture on different quotes, and they'd be image quotes that he'd layer out all week on Facebook, let's say. And then maybe on Instagram, they take, and I'm just using this as an example, but maybe they take a photo and put it as a story with an image quote or whatever. Mm-hmm. But what he's doing is that 1 hour they put in, now his team can go, and he has a team that can do it, but they can go and turn that into a month's worth of content from that 1 hour with Brendan. And, and again, that's oversimplifying it, but really at the end of the day, people don't realize they're already creating the content. Why are you starting from scratch again every single day of every week and then saying, I can't keep up with this?
Exactly.
So I just want to tackle that. I don't know if you want to add anything onto that, but I do have a question for you about the traffic you're getting on Instagram or whatever chosen platform. And it's a conversation we had, Allie, about what do you do to get them off of there? But before I dive there, did you want to add anything on repurpose, or did I cover it okay?
No, that you said it perfectly, and it's a must. You got to do it. You shouldn't, if you're waking up every day trying to come up with new things to talk about, you're making your job harder. Create that long form piece of content and then break it up into, and you said that you could use it for a month. You can use that for years, because even that content can be reused a few months later and a few years later, and you can recycle it for forever. So that is for sure the way to go.
Love it. And the cool part is you don't even have to have, let's say your complaint is I don't have the time to do that, but now you don't even have to have like a full team like Brendan has. You can actually hire people on Upwork and Elance and 99 Design and Fiverr. You could hire people that literally you hire them for 1 hour a week and say, get whatever you can from this 1 hour for me.
Yep.
Or you might have 3 hours, or you can hire a virtual assistant, and it might only cost you like $50 a week to repurpose this stuff that you're saying I don't have time to do. But now, what's your time worth? And if you didn't get them to do it and you didn't do it, that means you're creating new content and having the time doing that. So I think there's ways around to thinking we have to invest all the time ourselves because we're all overwhelmed. People say to me every day, I say, how are you doing? Oh, I'm overwhelmed. I'm too busy. We all are. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we're all maxed out. And like somebody said to me the other day, actually it might have been Jolie, it was yesterday, I'm not sure, but somebody said to me recently about, it was Jolie saying about time. Of course you have time. You're saying I don't have time. You have time. What you're saying is this isn't a priority right now. So you have to decide what you have time for, but we're all maxed out. It's just a matter of I've decided I can put this in, I can't put that in. So we're all maxed out. So it's, whether you decide to hire somebody to do it or not, repurposing is still a way around you investing more and more time creating new stuff.
Absolutely. It's the way to go.
And then the other side I said I want to ask about was the email list. This is an important thing that I didn't get early on enough, and I regretted that. So now I'm always, for lack of a better way of saying it, harping on this about the importance of, I said it yesterday, Ziegler said, build your well before you're thirsty. So I'm big on that with email as well, because so many people resist it over and over. So I don't have time to build a landing page. I don't have time to do the email thing. I'll do it soon. And you talked about, choosing one, and let's say you get really good at Instagram, but here's the problem. I think we can all see this from a mile away, what I'm about to say. What happens if Instagram changes their algorithms, or they say, we're banning Allie, even though she didn't do anything wrong. And all of a sudden, your whole business is on there now. Everything's on there. What do you do? And we had somebody, I shouldn't say a name, but we have somebody in our network, Kelly, and she doesn't even know the reason, but she was knocked off Facebook. She lost everything. And she built a whole business on there, and she's incognito now on Facebook. That's why I'm not going to say her name, but was knocked off Facebook. And so thankfully she has an email list and people that she can communicate with. And that's how I hear from her now. But a lot of people don't think about that. I use the example often. If you have all your stuff in Walmart and you're a fitness personality, and then Walmart says, we're pulling your stuff because we like so-and-so better, then where do your customers go? Because Walmart isn't giving you email addresses, just like Amazon with the book business. So that was a long tangent to say, Allie, how important do you think it is to also have a way to bring the traffic somewhere else off of that platform so that you have at least a little bit of ownership in them should that platform decide to change their algorithms or whatever that is?
Oh, it's crucial. And I'm glad you brought that up, because you should always have an email list. And I'm with you. I wish I kick myself all the time that I didn't start mine earlier, or lean into it more and create more freebies to get people on there. And I'm definitely taking it more seriously now for those reasons that you mentioned, because it's a very real possibility. And if 2020 has showed us anything, it's that crazy things happen. And yeah, whenever I say like go all in on a platform, I mean social media. And I think of CRMs and email as something separate. But yes, like do your social media and also be growing an email list, because you never know what can happen.
Yeah, so agree. And like I said, I for whatever reason, I don't know who it was, but there was a fitness personality. That's where it came to my head. That was in Walmart, and I read this article about how Walmart said, "Well, you're not the flavor anymore. This is the flavor, so we're pushing you out." And I thought, like I heard the number, like they had sold like 3 million DVDs in Walmart, and I thought, but what now? They don't have any way to know one of those people who bought that, unless that person, which usually wouldn't, watch the video, went out of their way, sent an email to them from their website. How many people do that out of 3 million? Like maybe 500? So like, they have no way to track anybody who bought those videos, and now they're starting from scratch. And 3 million sales in Walmart's a big number. And so it just started me thinking, wait a minute, I'm doing the same thing on social media by not at least having another place to reach people. So I just want to go there because I wish I would have known it earlier. And the more people you get to say that it's important and they wish they knew it earlier, the more people might start sooner rather than what I did, which is I lost probably about 6 years.
Yeah, it is important. Yeah, y'all hear that. It is important. Please do it. And especially most of these CRMs are free until your first 500 to 1,000 subscribers. I use MailerLite. I think it's free for your first 1,000 subscribers, and then it's like $15 a month. It is a no-brainer. So yeah, I could not agree more.
Well, and not to go too deep down this hole, but and then Kelly, I definitely want you to jump in because I know I'm taking a lot of the time here. But but the one thing that people don't realize as well, diving further down that hole with email, is the email list. And I don't mean this all in a business way, but it is true. It gives you leverage too. Like I have people that reach out and say, we'd love to have you in on this opportunity, but you have to have this many people on your email list. So if I hadn't started, I wouldn't be in on the opportunity. And
that just happened to me, actually.
Has it? Well, actually, we're doing an event now where we're sharing the bill with Jack Canfield, which is an amazing, cool thing. And that case there, originally when they started, you had to have a certain number of people on your email list. And I've interviewed Jack multiple times, but I hadn't shared the bill with him. So it's a cool little thing to add to your bio. And I wouldn't be able to do it if I didn't have an email list. Another example is my publisher. So my publisher came to me, Morgan James Publishing. They're awesome. They weren't necessarily you had to have this many people on your email, but what they did say is if you're not sort of a known entity, you have to have some following. They're not going to take a chance. And I shouldn't say they're not going to take a chance. I can't speak for them, but they probably are less likely to take a chance with somebody who has zero following, because no matter how great that book is, you're still, as the author, going to be doing the most of the marketing. And so the first questions they had for me with the acquisitions editors, okay, how many people on your email list and how many people on this? And some people get offended by that, but me, I'm like, I know that's the business they're in. And so even to get a publisher deal, that's going to be looked at. So in my opinion, there's so many reasons to build an email list. Also, how else are you going to get a message out to somebody with a push of a button?
Exactly.
So there's so many reasons. I'm obviously passionate about the importance of an email list, but I just wanted to add to that there is lots of leverage opportunities once you start building the list as well. And people start saying, well, I know this person has a following that maybe loves them, and they can get a message out to quicker than if they didn't have that. And by the way, that could even be for a cause that you believe in. You know, I've done fundraising through my email list. So I just
it's so true. And you're right, because a lot of people, they might sign off social media at some point or take a break from social media, but very rarely do people take a break from their email. And as many, the more avenues you have to get in touch with your ideal client or customer, whoever you're trying to impact, the better, and the greater the odds that you convert them at some point. So, everything you said is so true.
And so one last quick thing before I hand over to Kelly for sure, because I know I'm down a rabbit hole, but I'm wanting to finish the rabbit hole. But the last part that I was going to ask you, Allie, and this relates more to when you're working with clients. But let's say with the email, we're talking about the email list is one way. But when you talk about helping them sort of, I know we didn't use this word, but monetize, since that's a common word. When we talk about you helping those female entrepreneurs turn this into a real business, what does that look like in the real world? Because obviously we understand in one respect, if they have a coaching business and they are building Instagram and then they're sending them to their email list and then they open the doors to their coaching practice, I mean, that's real world. That happens every day. But are there ways that you're doing it for those people that are, how do you do it right from Instagram or right from the social media to the sale? Like, I'm just wondering what that looks like when you're working with them.
So you mean in terms of like how they get the sale, whether that be through email, or can you start making money directly from Instagram? Is that what you're saying?
I guess what I'm thinking is, when you're working with people, what are maybe a way or two that they actually monetize a business by having the social platform? I guess is the better way to say it.
Yeah. So when it comes to social media, I mean, I sell directly on Instagram. For instance, I'm hosting this little deal right now on my Instagram, and I just say, hey, DM me and we'll chat. I send them information. They say, yeah, I'm in, and I send them a link, and it takes them directly to a payment platform. And that's what I coach other women on how to do. And we all have different businesses. So for me, that's how I've set up my business. I work with a lot of women in network marketing, so they would have to send to an email list. But yeah, I mean, I coach on, like, it's all about how to monetize your social media. And it starts with the content, right? It starts with building that like, know, and trust, and adding a call to action at the end of every single thing that you're doing. Hey, if you have more questions about this, shoot me a message. And you should always have a way to put them either in a funnel or have some way to, if they are interested, how can we convert them like now? So does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the key thing is, and we all know that when somebody's ready, they're ready. So
Right.
You just said the key thing, convert them now, because when they're ready, but when they're not ready, they're not. So they could be ready now, 2 hours from now, something else came up.
Right.
Or because you got them in the ready mode, but you said, go through this and that, they might buy from somebody else because now they're in the buying mode. So no, that fully summarized it. I was just curious about, the actual monetization of it for people, because I know that, I mean, there's more people on social media trying to figure out how to monetize than there are monetizing it. And so I just thought I'd give an example to people about, and that was a great example you said about how you're saying, DM me for more details.
Yeah. And you can put links in your bio, right? Like you can have that link in your bio, and that can lead to a website with a link or a payment button right there, or a landing page, or a link tree with multiple buttons. Like if you go look at mine, I'm like, hey, do you want this course? Do you want this course? Do you want to work with me one-on-one? Do you want to do that? Like, I make it very easy for people to work with me. And anybody can do that, no matter what business you're in.
Love it. So Kelly, I've been stealing all the thunder here. So Kelly, I want to give you a chance. You're probably brewing here with a question or two. So I want to pass it over.
So one of the questions I have is, because I work with a lot of new people that are just, they want to be authors and they're new to social media. They're on Facebook and they're on Instagram, but they're really not knowing how to monetize it. Mm-hmm. And so what are like some suggestions that you would want to give, like 3 tips for a brand new author who wants to get their book out there? What would you suggest?
Okay, 3 tips would be, first, get clear on who you're speaking to. That's for, like, who is this book for? Because when you can get clear on that, you can create content and messaging that's speaking directly to that person. You never want to try and appeal to everybody, because that's impossible, and then you're appealing to nobody. So get clear on who is your ideal reader for this specific book or your genre of books. 2, start showing up and talking about it and have fun with it. There was actually on Facebook, I think how you pronounce her name is Cerny. I don't know. Have y'all heard of Laura Cerny? She's a comedian, and she wrote a book. I had never heard of her either, but one of her videos came across on Facebook, and it was this skit. It was like a 8-minute skit, and it was hilarious. And it was like her little life story about how she met her husband. And it was the funniest story in the way they did it. And then it came to a part where they're like, and then I found out he was married, and it just stopped. And she was like, if you want to hear the rest of it, read this book. And there was like a link to buy the book.
Oh my God.
It was brilliant. And I haven't bought the book yet, but I totally would. I now follow her. I now know of her. I'm speaking about her here, right? So that is the power of content and having fun with it and getting creative and not taking yourself too seriously. Because when you do that to appeal to your ideal reader, and you show up often, when they're ready to purchase a book in that niche or whatever, who are they going to think of first? You want them to think of you first. And how you do that is creating that content that speaks directly to them and showing up as often as you can serving them, so that, again, they think of you before another author. I don't know if that was 3 tips, but
No, I love it because, it's all about getting people excited and engaged about your book. And one of the things that I always encourage my client is, as soon as you know what your title is, get a cover made and start promoting.
yes.
Get your audience involved. Like, get them to help you decide on your title. Get them to vote on which cover they like the best. And even if you don't have your book written, do it, because this is how you're already starting to build the momentum and getting people excited and engaged that you've got a book coming out.
I saw an author, and Corey, I know exactly what you're talking about, because I have a client who's trying to get a book deal, and she had too small of an audience. Great idea, but no audience, which she got very upset about. I was like, hey, this is how you play the game now. But then I saw another author, and she, because of COVID and everything, she couldn't go on a book tour. So she leveraged her audience, and she created like a Facebook group where they were going to she dipped or dripped out some parts of chapters from the book before it was actually released. So they were like the first ones to kind of read the book. And then through doing things like that and growing your email list and the freebies and all things and building this relationship with this specific group, she got so much promotion and social proof from all these people who fell in love with her, fell in love with these parts of a book, were all of a sudden talking about it to anybody who would listen on their social media, and it just spread like wildfire. So yeah, leveraging even just a small group of people to really go out and I don't know the word that I'm trying to think of, but speak and promote on your behalf is huge.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
I would love for you to come speak to my author group.
I would love to.
Okay, cool. We'll have to set something up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So one thing, and I'm going to tie this back to Kelly's question, so that I'm still building on Kelly's question here. But when it comes to anything on social media, and let's talk Instagram, because that's the one this is probably most relevant on, or I guess maybe, or Twitter, I guess as well. But hashtags, are they still a thing? How important are they? By the way, there's a couple I know, Callie, and you might want to look into this. There's a couple of like book hashtags that like get like 1 million views regularly, like books of Instagram, but it's not that one. There's a couple that are like known by authors as like the inside scoop, and they're all in on it, and like this is the one that you share, and then they all reshare for you. And look into that, because there's some things on Instagram with a hashtag about books. I listened to this on a podcast one time recently. But my question out of that is, how important are hashtags?
Very important. The least sexy topic you can talk about. Trust me, I know. But they are so important because it's free advertising. Every single one. And let's talk about Instagram specifically, because I think they work the best on Instagram. Twitter probably too. A little bit on TikTok. You use less on TikTok. Still important. But on Instagram, you can use up to 30 hashtags. Those are 30 individual audiences that you are sharing your content to. So if you aren't adding hashtags, or a location is another way to expose your content to somebody else, if you're not doing that, your content is only, or that post or whatever, is only being seen by a very small percentage of your audience. So it's just, unless you advertise. So like the way I compare it is, it's free advertising. They're easy to use. You do want to use them appropriately. There's a right and a wrong way to use them. A lot of people don't realize that. If you use them the wrong way, it can hurt your reach, which is what we don't want. But figure out how to do them well, and then it takes 2 seconds to do. And it's like, why would you not? So they're very, very important, very boring, but important for sure.
So on that note then, with hashtags, how about tagging people in? So when I'm doing an event like this, and I'm going to be full disclosure, I need to get my act together on Instagram. Like I put a lot of my focus on LinkedIn and Facebook, but I want to get my act together on Instagram. I see the power of it and I'm not using it properly. But my question out of that is the tags. Like, is that inappropriate or appropriate? Obviously, if they're in the event, it's different probably if they're presenters. But do you tag people in regularly, or how often do you tag people in, or is that a thing at all, I guess, on Instagram?
So do you mean when, like, let's say you're making a post and then you tag like 30 random people in the post so they see it?
not so much that. I know that.
Okay, good. That's a thing. That's a thing, by the way. So that's what I was wondering. Okay.
No, not that. I was thinking more like, so I was came to my mind because when I'm doing an event like this, when I've done it in the past, I'll go, of course, and tag the people that are presenters, and obviously note that, so excited to have so and so presenting, so that it's them, and you're tagging the people in that are actually involved. I don't think anybody would get bothered by that.
You should do that. Yeah.
And then the other side is, I guess, if I'm like quoting somebody like Zig Ziglar, I might tag in Zig Ziglar. But I guess the flip side of that, is there a time not to do it? I guess you just gave one, which is randomly tagging strangers in. But I guess appropriate tagging is if they're relevant to the conversation.
If they're relevant to the conversation, if you're giving, if you're mentioning them, if you're ever using somebody's content or you're inspired by a person, you should always give that credit. Tagging them is a perfect way to do that. The only time I think it would be inappropriate is just, and I didn't mean strangers, but I have seen people who just friends, they'll just tag friends in hopes that like their friends will see it and then engage, which fine, do what you got to do. But, it can be perceived as mildly spammy. So I just think there are better ways to do it, but what you're referring to, absolutely, you should do that.
And don't tag random strangers. Just to get views.
Maybe not. Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
And then, so you said about hashtags, right ways and wrong ways to do it. I guess the right ways, if we want to know what those are, we probably should just follow your Instagram, right?
Well, I mean, shameless plug. Yeah, no, I'm happy to give some tips right now if you want me to. They're easy to rattle off.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah. So with Instagram, let's just talk about Instagram. So you can use up to 30. There was some speculation that if you use all 30, it can hurt you. No, Instagram, if they didn't want us to use 30, they wouldn't say we can have 30 hashtags. You want them to be relevant, your tags to be relevant to what you are talking about, your niche, your location, if applicable, or the product or the product and service that you're selling. So you want to take a post and say, okay, who is this post for? Your niche. Am I referring to what I'm selling? Okay, what are some hashtags related to that? Is their location applicable? Make sure everything you're using is related to that post, because if you were to throw some random hashtag, like some people used to use super popular hashtags in hopes to go viral, but they wouldn't be related to the content. Well, now Instagram has made it to where people can basically flag your content if you're using a hashtag that isn't relevant. So these are like bad strikes with Instagram. You'll get a little slap on the wrist and it'll hurt your reach. You want them to be relevant. You don't want them to be too specific, like too small of an audience. You don't want them to be too big of an audience, because the whole goal with hashtags is for people to click on a hashtag and see your content close to the top of the feed. So if you go with something that has 500 million or a billion posts under it, that turnaround and the posts, they're constantly moving. So the odds of you being discovered for that hashtag is low. So you're just wasting a hashtag at that point. You want to use something like I try and aim around million-ish, give or take. And then a big one, and the last one that I'll share that a lot of people don't realize is you can post hashtags in your caption or in the first comment of your post. But if you do the first comment, you have to post it. You want to post it within the first 30 seconds. Otherwise, it's going to basically mess up your momentum in the algorithm and throw off your engagement, which is going to kill any kind of likes or comments or anything. So you want to be careful with that.
Wow, it's almost like there's a science to social media.
Big time. Can you tell I've talked about this a time or two?
I sure can. Absolutely. Well, and that's why I was excited to have you come on today, because there's all these things that I'm asking. I've been in this for a long time, and a lot of these things I still don't know the answer to, because and to the point, like for example, Instagram, as I said, I haven't been using it properly. There's so many little nuances of Instagram that I haven't discovered, which I probably should have took the time to.
So many.
And they change, of course,
all the time.
Seems like every minute. One of the things I noticed that, and I don't know where it came from, why it happened, but somebody I know who's she's Facebook's her thing, and she's like dialed in. And she said, Corey, I'd love to do this, but she said, did you notice that Facebook's algorithms changed this week? And she said, and nothing's like, this was last week. And she said, like, things aren't popping like they usually do. And she said, I think it's maybe because of the election. They're like trying to not share as much stuff because a lot of stuff is more active right now and maybe more arguments happening and stuff. But she said, I don't know what it is, but she said, that seems to be this timing. And it's true. She posts something related to an event I was doing. Previous time she posted like 100 and some comments. This time, like nothing.
Oh, wow.
And I was seeing the same thing for like 3 days on Facebook. Nothing seemed to be getting any traction. And then it sort of started again. But I mean, well, there's an example where I don't know the reason they did it, but what if I put the most important post of the month on that day?
Right.
So that's why I say, like, not only are things always changing, but as you said, maybe you don't realize, but you're getting reported because you're using all these hashtags that aren't relevant. And now all of a sudden you're going, well, geez, nobody seems to be seeing my stuff anymore.
Yeah. And you want to keep a pulse on that, you know, and here's the thing, Facebook, Instagram, all of these platforms, they're going to create algorithms that are going to act in their best interest always. And they're always going to change. So if you can't let it get to you because it's just something that's going to happen. But to your point from earlier, this is why we invest some time in growing an email list, or maybe that would incentivize you to maybe get on Instagram or fill things out over there and see how things are going. But yeah, it happens all the time. And a lot of it unfortunately is political, I'm sure. And Instagram and Facebook, they're never going to come out and say like, hey, your post isn't going to get the reach that it usually does. It's just going to happen. But typically it does flesh back out, right? So I would just say like, hang in there, ride the wave, but also get that email list going too.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, they changed their algorithms for a reason, but the truth is they still want engagement. It's not like, let's shut everybody down and get no engagement. Well, that defeats the whole purpose. But I mean, we'd be naive to say we don't know that there's not backstage conversations happening where they're like, we have to do this for this next day or two. There's no way we'll ever know. And like all I knew is I was like, for a couple of days, I'm like, why? Like there's no traction on anything. And then she said, you know, I want to send this out, Corey, but she said, I'm not getting any traction on anything. And here's why. She was told by somebody. And then she said, but I'm going to do it anyway, just to see. And she did it. And it was like tumbleweeds. Nothing. And this every post I see of hers gets like, you know, 50 to 100 comments and nothing. So, I mean, there's something to it because both of us are experiencing the same thing. Yeah.
You bring up such a great point though. And it's true. And because a lot of people with Instagram, you know, they created these creator accounts. And you have like a business or a creator account. They're like, which one should I do? And if you do a creator, they're going to cut your engagement. I'm like, guys, it's us creators that keep people on the app. Like if it weren't for us creating content, nobody would be on there and be engaging. So they're not out to get us, but they do have things, of course, going on in the back end that they're never going to disclose. And it's just one of those things that you have to know it's part of the deal. And we don't pay for these platforms unless you're running ads. And it's just, it is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, and I mean, that's the thing. We love to all knock them and say, how dare they do this to me? But at the end of the day, whatever these platforms, whichever ones they are, we've had access to this stuff for free. They've helped us in some ways. We've leveraged them to build our business for free.
My entire business.
How dare they want to charge for ads? How dare they? You know, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, well, put it this way, it's not free to keep the lights on. You know, so I get it. And you know, at the end of the day, we have no choice anyway. I mean, it is what it is. They built the platform. It's their house. They decide who gets to be in their house and all that other stuff. But I think for most of us that have built businesses around that, there's more good than bad.
100%. Absolutely. Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you're not going to have to keep up with the Joneses and learn what they're doing differently every day. I mean, that's the most challenging part for some people is you finally figure out what the code is. You finally figure out the access code, and then boom,
we're going to change it just like that. And that's part of the game too. And I know that's something that I've been preaching on a lot lately is a lot of people, they're like, oh, my posts are getting such poor engagement, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, are you trying Instagram Reels? No. Are you trying like any kind of video? No. And I'm like, well, that's what that's what's working right now. Like, and that's what Instagram specifically is pushing right now. They want us on Reels. So like, you have to adapt. And I mean, part of business is adapting. And if you want to grow your business on social media, you have to adapt to what's working on social media. So I do think there is a level of self-realization, like, okay, am I adapting and kind of trying new things, or am I trying to stick to what's worked in the past? And you got to kind of own that too, for sure.
So, Allie, before we close things out, one other quick question, because you just brought up one more thing I want to ask you about. And then, Kelly, if you have a question, of course, I don't want to cut you right off, but I want to ask, as far as Reels, Instagram Reels. So this is still new to me because, again, and this is all me being full disclosure because I haven't dived enough into Instagram. So I know what they are, but I haven't really dived into them at all. For people that are hearing this for the first time and maybe they're thinking about Instagram, I guess, what is a reel? But more importantly, I guess, when you do them, what's effective with, I talked earlier about effectiveness, but what's effective in doing an Instagram reel? Because some people are probably like, I never even heard of this yet.
Okay, let's go. This is my time to shine. I'm loving Reels. I'm acting a straight fool on Reels. So if you want to see some embarrassing stuff, you can go look at mine. But Instagram Reels is Instagram's response and way to compete with TikTok. So TikTok, if you're not familiar with TikTok, they are short nuggets of content. Started at 15 seconds. Now you can go up to a minute. Very similar to, what was that one app prior to TikTok that now isn't there anymore?
The Vine or
yes,
Snap?
The Vine.
Okay.
Vine. Exactly. I didn't do that, but very like short, sweet content. Focus on engagement, like totally meant to engage, entertain people. So Reels is because Instagram saw like, oh boy, so many people are going over to TikTok. We're ruling the world. We got to bring them over here. They introduced Reels, basically TikTok for Instagram. Very, very similar layout. Pretty much the same thing. You have there's a bit more of a robust, more capabilities over on TikTok, but that's about it. I create on TikTok, posted on TikTok, repurpose on Reels. It works beautifully. But to answer your question, which was, how do you use them effectively? Was that the question, Corey?
Yeah, just like always, people, like Kelly said, how do I even use this TikTok thing for my book? So just like, again, what are maybe a tip or two for people using Reels? I mean, is it be funny, be vulnerable? That's probably a big one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. So my favorite way to use it is, I think of it in two ways. One, to relate and entertain my ideal client. So my ideal client is entrepreneur, female, mom. So funny ways that I can get to make her smile or just laugh. Some of it has to do with business. Oftentimes it doesn't. It's just me being stupid. Another way, and the other way that I use Reels, is to educate people on the things that I teach and just to kind of set myself up as the expert, but you're teaching them in a fun way. I don't do dances, but you use fun music and you use the captions in a fun way and pointing. And it's just a lot more interesting to learn 3 ways to do blank than reading it in a long form post. So it's just a new take on content. What works really well is by leveraging trends that are happening. So I get my content ideas from TikTok, and if you're just scrolling, you're going to notice, oh, wow, a lot of people are using that song for some reason. Oh, people are using that sound, and a lot of people are lip syncing to this specific sound. That should tip you off to, that's a trend. How can I take that trend and use it, but for my business? So if a song is trending specifically, and a lot of people are using the song, I'll use it and I'll teach something, or I'll do something funny for my audience. So you just take that trend and make it work with your type of content. So yeah, oh gosh, I've been having too much fun on Reels. And again, Instagram wants us to use them and they're competing with TikTok. So a way that they have been doing that is by basically pouring engagement to the people who are using Reels right now. I've never experienced this level of engagement with anything else besides Reels. I mean, it's been that I grew like, I think it was 4,000 followers in a week just from one Reel for whatever reason. The engagement and the algorithm they've pulled from, some of the ways that the algorithm works on TikTok, which is great. And because they want us to use it. So they're incentivizing people that are using Reels with more engagement. So that's why I'm constantly preaching them.
Wow, love it. So, Allie Reeves, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. Kelly, like I said, I'll let you ask any final questions. But Allie, of course, we're going to ask you how we can learn more and connect with you. And I have put your Instagram handle inside the comments as well. But Kelly, do you have any final questions for Allie before we just get her to tell us how we can connect further?
I'm just excited that we were able to have this time with you because, social media is huge. And, I agree with what Corey was saying earlier. Like, we got to build our businesses for free, and that's so true. Like, I should be paying for Facebook because the amount of money that I've made on Facebook is only because I was able to do it for free. And being a single mom, it was great that I had a platform I could use for free to get my message out there and make money. And, I've only once ever paid for Facebook ads.
Mm-hmm.
And I've made
an incredible
income on Facebook. Right. So I'm so grateful that I have that type of a platform to use to get that engagement happening and to make money so I can support my kids. So
it really is. And I think you bring up such a good point. Like, that's what we need to be focusing on. When the algorithm kind of kicks us a little bit around, you have to remember, okay, there's a lot more to be thankful because Kelly, I'm with you, Kelly. Like, I wouldn't have a business if it weren't for social media, and I couldn't afford ads in the beginning either. So you have to remember, you have to have that gratitude. So I couldn't agree more.
Oh yeah, back in the day when we had a balloon business, me and my ex-husband, and in order to have an ad in the yellow pages, you were looking at $50 a month.
Yeah, right.
A month.
Imagine, think of it this way. Like, I would say, like, I don't know what the average reach is for a post, but let's just keep it really simple. 500 people. Right? Like, can you imagine, like, you are putting out a piece of content and it reaches 500 people. For a lot of people, it's a lot more than that. Even if it's just 100 people and if you have the right audience, all of ideal clients, that's why I remind that to my girls and the women that I work with all the time when they're like, oh, I only got, only 100 people saw this. I'm like, I want you to imagine 100 people in a room listening to you speak right now. And like, put this in perspective. And they're like, yeah, that's true. Like, you gotta remember it. We got it good. We really do.
We do.
It's the same with podcasting. That's something a lot of people quit podcasts. I mean, we know the quit rate is really high in podcasting. 9 weeks, I think, is the average length of the average podcast overall. Wow. I heard that through Libsyn at an event recently. But, 100 and some listeners is the average listeners on a total podcast. Now, you got a perspective. I mean, you got Joe Rogan getting 7 trillion listeners a day. And then you got people down here getting, 15. But they say the average is 115 and people quit after 9 weeks. But I think the biggest reason, in my opinion, Allie, is because people go into it thinking this is going to be low-hanging fruit and easy. Yep. What they forget is that if you have 15 listeners on an episode, again, would you go to an event that was in your local town? Would you drive across the street to a chamber of commerce to speak if there are 15 people? Of course, most people would. And then the other side is, if you have 100, you would probably fly to somewhere to speak for 100 people. So for free. Exactly. Yep. So again, it's amazing how we don't view it the same way, but it is the same way because a podcast is probably more intimate than even a live talk because you're basically in somebody's ears.
Yes. And people forget, and that is the one, you get so numb and you forget that those numbers are individual people, real people. Like, be thankful if it's 25. Those are 25 people taking time out of their day to plug in and listen to you or watch a reel or engage or whatever. Like, be thankful for those people because they're more out there and you can figure out ways to find them. But yeah, you can't give up too early, and you gotta, I'm guilty of it all the time. So I'm not sitting here pretending like I don't compare myself to Joe Rogan because I do, which is dangerous. or Corey, you know, but you got to bring it back, put it back into perspective. And that's a really good way to put it.
Amen. So this has been an absolute pleasure, Allie. I knew it would be. Gonna let you run, but let's call it a to be continued. And just to close us out, can you tell us, and I know you mentioned your Instagram and stuff like that, but is there any hub you want to send people to or any place you want to send people to before you run off?
Sure. Yeah. Instagram is always a great place to find me at Allie Reeves. Or if you like this type of content, I have a podcast, 6-Figure Influencer, the number 6-Figure Influencer. And I talk about this stuff all day long.
Awesome. And I will say, check out, we took a break, as you remember me telling you, I think, Allie, with the podcast, because we're moving over to a new network, but we're coming back out with a storm here in the next couple of weeks. And I have an episode with Allie coming out that I'm so super stoked to share, where we go a lot deeper on this stuff as well. So yeah, check that out. Check Allie's podcast out. I love it. I got pulled in. That's how I discovered her. And again, same idea, right? Podcast. We're able to do that basically the same way as social media for free. And then I found you on Instagram, and same thing, I started following there. So you wouldn't even be on here today.
Wow.
I wouldn't know Kelly if social media didn't exist. So
Exactly.
what you just said. But thank you, Allie. Always a pleasure. Call it a to be continued with your permission. And we'll send you off running, making magic happen in your day. But in the interim, we'll encourage people to go visit you on Instagram and to check out your podcast.
So cool. Corey, thank you so much again for this opportunity. This was so much fun. And Kelly, it's been a pleasure to meet you as well. And let's talk. I have so many ideas for you. So, Corey, we need to get you on Instagram, man. Like, let's go. It's too late.
All right. Let's keep this conversation going.
We will.
Awesome.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Awesome. So, Kelly, I'm going to hand it right over to you. We have a special guest coming on. I'm going to bring it right up on the screen. Kelly, what I'm going to do, Kelly, is I'm going to hand it over to you, but I'll still hear and I'll still be able to end it whenever you guys are done. I'll still be listening. I'll be just traveling in my car, but I'll be able to hear it just on my seat, and then I'll end it when you guys are done. So this way we can keep this train rolling. Hi, Toni. We'll call it to be continued, and maybe I'll circle back and see if we can bring you onto my podcast so we can have a conversation as well.
I love your energy. You're so cute. I just love it.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll give my mother credit for it. She's got as much energy as me, and I don't drink coffee, and this is what I wake up like every day. So thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. I appreciate it.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Kelly. Long time no see.
I know. That was just a couple of days ago.
Oh,
Great.
my gosh.
I know. And I love that you're here. I love that you're here.
I wouldn't miss it. Are you kidding? You're a VIP in my book. So now tell me, what does BLUE stand for?
BLUE stands for Business, Life, and Universe. And it's basically kind of like Chicken Soup meets TEDx.
Okay.
And so this is the book, and Corey Poirier started it. And so this is our first book, and actually our second one is coming out right away now too. So it's a group of speakers, coaches, authors, and people that want to share the message and get it out there in a bigger way.
Absolutely love it. You know what? I think I'm going to commit to being into that one, your next version. We just launched Game Changers, and I'm in that one. Volume 5. It's my 5th #1 Amazon bestseller. So I just I'm a contributing author to 2 of them. So I'm just thrilled to death, and I see the value of it. So BLUE is going to definitely be on my Christmas list to go get at Amazon today.
Awesome, love it. So Toni, what we want to do is, because we want to share with the audience who you are. So can you give us a description about who you are and what you stand for?
Oh, when people normally ask me that, I go, I just pretend. Oh my goodness. So I did have words of advice from Ben Gay III, who is just an amazing person. I think you know him. And he's one of the last apprentices of Napoleon Hill kind of thing. And I just value him and another gentleman named Roger Killian. It's up in Vancouver.
Right.
And they said, Toni, you need to tell your story. And when you tell it, you make sure you don't leave this out. So I'm just going to cut to the chase. I've been a producer and a casting director pretty much since the 1970s. And it was my job at that time to come up with about 5 hours a day of local origination programming on the very first cable TV station that we had in the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. And so if you don't think you need to be creative for that job, you're wrong. I mean, we had to come up. I mean, I did everything I could to fill in that time slots, and from being in a dog outfit to having a children's dance show to bringing the lowriders in and having the lowrider special every Wednesday afternoon, and they would discuss their cars and we would talk about the magic of these amazing vehicles. And we just did as much as we could. So that was the fun part. I went from there to creating 7 years of spring break. So for all you party animals out there, I probably saw you if you went to South Padre, but it's like Vegas. What happens at spring break?
Hey.
So had fun. I was one of the first original Bud Light girls. This was 40 pounds ago, and then we had I got to meet and play and be on stage with the Beach Boys, the Endless Summer Beach Band. Oh my gosh, Cheap Trick, Molly Hatchet, Stevie Nicks. Gosh, I could go on. Jefferson Starship. And some country western stars as well, like John Anderson, and people that were tops at the time,
Right.
So that was fun. I also created during that event, I created all the daytime activities, the nighttime activities, the poolside activities, the concerts, and then of course the nightclub events. And so there's a few competitions that I can't mention in polite company, but we did a lot of spring break stuff. And then I went into the world of computing after that, and I fell in love with the Microsoft products. And because of a company that I had, and because I have a book in my head that's called "You Never Know Who's Watching," and that is aimed at entrepreneurs and small businesses who just need to stop worrying about the bottom line and take care of the service that they provide. And when you do a really, really good job, things happen. And in my case, what happened was I got appointed to head the transition team to bring President George H.W. Bush, the daddy. We brought Bush home, to Houston. And I became his personal computer trainer for about the entire time of the transition. Plus, we also I got to do the wiring and all of the security IT stuff for Kenny Bunkport, for the College Station Library, for his office here in Houston, and his new home that they were building here in Houston as well. So an incredible story of surprises, things that happen to you because you never know who's watching when you're doing a good job. So from there, I went to, I was laid off from HP. I was the chief of staff of global IT for the SAP division at Hewlett Packard here in Houston. And when I got laid off, I really felt as a baby boomer, which we now call ourselves boomers. As a boomer, I really found myself missing my identity. Because you grow up and you learn and you everything. I mean, anytime somebody introduces you, you are your job, right? Mm-hmm. And so I did that for 57 years. And to make a long story short, I was really lost and wasn't sure what I could do with my life after that. And so that's when my husband kind of gave me a gift, and he says, this really is a gift. And I said, how do you see that? He says, because right now you can pick anything that you would do because you love doing it and you would do it for free. Go start a company doing that.
That's amazing.
So he taught me how to live my dream, live my passion and help others, which is exactly what I've been doing for 4 years. And I ain't looked back yet, Kelly.
I love it. When I met you a couple of weeks ago at that Collaborate event, and you were my coach right? And I did my pitch for you, and you helped me with it, and it was like, oh my gosh, and I want to thank you for the coaching that you gave me, because because of that coaching, I landed. It was four of the sharks out of the 6, and the only reason I didn't get the other 2 was because they already had other things, other people that they were working with. But it was like, oh, because I was so nerve-wracking, and so it helped having you in my corner, knowing that I was able to practice and do that. And so it's one of the things I love about you, is how supportive you are of other people.
That's the name of the game. I mean, at some point, the money's going to come in. At some point, you'll be paid by people. You'll want to work with you, all of that. But if you come to people of service first, of value first, creating the relationship first, understanding their story first, that's what leads people to want to work with you. And it's not the, oh, well, you can work with me for $15,000 for the year, and it's $1,000 a month, and we're going to spend 2 hours doing this. And that's, remember when I told you, don't sell me the plane, sell me the destination?
Right.
That was what was important to me. And I think most people, especially the sharks, when they get to the levels that they get, and quite honestly, a shark is an influencer. And for example, in Steve Osher's world, with the New Media Summit, an influencer is someone who gets 10,000 downloads on your podcast. That's an influencer, right? In my world, in the acting world and the production world and the casting world, an influencer is someone who's got the ability to get you into the roles that you want, because they know the producers, and that influencer has established his relationships, which is basically all we're doing now. Establishes relationships for his or her 10, 20, 30 years. I mean, I produced the Latin Grammys. I produced the Texas Music Awards, which is called Premios, which means gifts. I've helped produce and cast Family Feud. In Spanish, the version of Family Feud is called Que dice la gente, what people say. So looking at things from a casting director's point of view or from a producer's point of view, we get to see what I saw in you, Kelly, was basically, the Hollywood word is that you have it, and
Right.
It means that you stand out, you've got your stuff together. I feel that you're an excellent candidate to go work out a joint venture or an affiliate with, because you're ready. And I can put you on stages because you're ready. I don't have a problem at this moment making sure that if I get an opening on, let's say, a Good Morning America kind of show, I could fill a space with you, and you wouldn't let me down because you're ready, as a speaker. And in this world where I'm meeting so many people, you wouldn't believe how many times I go places and people come up to me and go, hey, I can talk, put me on the stage. And I'm like, no, wait, everybody can talk. Almost. But I need to feel comfortable that if I put you in a position where, you can make me look good or bad, you're going to make me look good. And that's what happens when people prepare themselves to really be in this world of speakers, authors, healers, coaches, because I've got podcasts that need speakers. I've got events that need speakers. I've got summits that need speakers. We have an average of 110 opportunities per month that come into that. And that's just from one source. I've got 4 sources. So for me to find the right person for that right job, I need to make sure that you are ready. And there's a whole lot of people that are beginners. Yeah. And there's a lot of people that are ready. And I can tell the difference in probably 2 minutes of talking to you.
I love how you mentioned that, because a lot of people come to me and say, Cal, I want to be a speaker and I want to go work with a speaking bureau. And I say, well, you're just starting out, and speaking bureaus want you to be making a minimum of $5,000. That's your fee. Must be minimum. Oh, well, then I'll just say my fee is $5,000. And I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way. You have to pay your dues. By paying your dues is you have to practice. Yeah. Get on those free stages, those, speak to the Rotary clubs, the Lions clubs, and speak for free, get your experience, and earn your badge so that you are worth $5,000. Because I remember when I jumped my fee from $1,500 to $3,500, and I remember going to this one speaking gig where my bureau got me a speaking gig, and it was $3,500, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, oh my goodness, I hope I do a good job that they're going to think I'm worth the $3,500, you know. It was like very stressful, you know, charging kind of fee.
And I love hearing that, because that just means that you have it. You have the want to do a good job because other people depend on you, and because other people promote you, and because the people in the audience, the best speakers in the world are the ones that start with, what does the audience need from me? What do they want to hear? Not what am I going to sell them, but what do they need to hear from me? And that, I mean, that's powerful stuff.
It is.
And I love the way you said prepare, because quite honestly, I teach something called the haiku method of PowerPoint, so that you don't have death by PowerPoint. But part of one of my slides is for every 1 minute on the stage, you have an hour of prep time. You know, that's normal. If you're going to get a 20-minute talk or a 15-minute talk, you're going to have 15 to 20 hours of prep time. And you're going to use all of the things that your mentors, if you're smart, you're going to get a mentor, because why wouldn't you want to leverage the experience of a mentor to make you better faster?
Absolutely.
Right? So do you want to do the 20, 30 years of mentorship that I've got behind me and use my experience so that you can get a good paying gig next month? Or do you want to go through 20 or 30 years? The choice is easy, right?
Totally. And, you know, and I've done speeches where I've bombed them, you know, where I have, and I felt so guilty because I bombed it. But you're right. I mean, you've got to, one of the things I learned is that don't take the gig unless you are the fit. And that's what happened. The speech that I bombed was because I wasn't a good fit.
Okay, that makes so much sense.
Right? So only take speaking gigs that you actually are a good fit for, because if you're not a good fit, you're not going to be able to make that event planner look good. Right?
That's true.
Yeah, and you're not going to the audience the way you normally could. So that's why it's so important. Make sure that you're a great fit for it.
Right.
So,
and you know, my speaking mentor is Imana Guy, an incredible gentleman with an incredible. She's got a couple of TEDx talks that I highly recommend you listen to. It's IMAN, and it's a guy, AGHAY.
right?
He's from Canada. He's from Vancouver. Beautiful city, by the way. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, he's a beautiful man. I know.
Yeah.
I love it.
You know who it is. So look him up on the TEDx talks, by the way, but you'll get to know him. But what I'm getting at is that he does teach you on, he's got a course called the Inspirational Speakers, which is basically the preemptive course before you hit a TED Talk, right?
Yeah.
And so in there, he put to good use the practice of the repertoires, the toolkit. You know, what you got to be able to have a story for every single, you know, type of transition. The more stories you have about yourself, the better. The tools that you use for establishing exactly what I walked you through during that pitch, establishing the common character so that people can relate to you. And if they don't relate to you, it's okay. Some will, some won't next. Okay. Some will, some won't next. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
I always say the best speakers are the storytellers.
yes.
Like, I find that there's so many speakers out there right now that are trying to be preachers. They're just trying to say, do this, do this, do this. And then you get the other speaker that is a storyteller and says, they go right into the engaging story, and then the message comes out of it after that.
Right.
Instead of just preaching people and telling people what to do.
Well,
tell the story.
You know, let me put it this way. The art and the ability to tell a story. I mean, the very best teacher of that is named Jesus Christ. He taught everything in parables, everything in stories, so that even the youngest person in the audience could understand the story. So if you think in terms of, okay, I need to get a 6-year-old to understand the same story that a 60-year-old will understand, that's a good story.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
so don't leave out people in your audience because you feel like you've got, you if you can't describe it to your grandchild, maybe it's not that good of a story yet. You got to refine it. That's how I think anyway. And I've got 11 of them, so I get to practice a lot.
That's right. Okay, tell us more about standout speakers, right? Is it
Standout stars. Yeah.
stars?
The
Okay, good.
standout stars.
Let's
The
hear more about
standout star.
Yeah.
It's coming. Standout Stars is a speaker bureau that I've created and will launch actually in February of this year. The folks who were on our Week of Kindness and Gratitude Summit are what we call the founding members of that. There's 67 of them, and they are speakers of all levels. And now let me tell you how difficult. You just said a little while ago that, when someone gets into a speakers bureau, they have to make so much money per year to get there. I'm disseminating all of the information from each of the speakers without putting a barrier of how much they need to make. I want to fill our funnels with as many speakers, authors, healers, and coaches as we can, so that we have the need and the demand for speakers is growing exponentially right now, especially since all the live events became online live events, which is this year, right? And this is the new normal. Being able to see each other without having to fly into a studio, without having the chair palm tree, the show. This is the new television, the talking head television. But what I'm getting at is that the opportunity to become a member of a speakers bureau, and without having that $5,000 limitation, and then the ability to learn from our experts panels, to ask questions on a daily basis, to see because we're going to run a lot of this through our Facebook group, which is also why we're able to do this, because thank goodness for Facebook and Instagram and all the other cool stuff that was just talked about previously to our talk today. But the power of Twitter, the power of Instagram, and my God, the power of LinkedIn is amazing. We've got thousands of folks that are following us right now. I've got 2 groups on Facebook, and one is at 7,000 and one is at 5,000. And then there's about 6 other groups that I've created that have become powerful groups, because we're able to help disseminate information, tell them what we need, help them grow a little bit, provide the value. And then when they're ready, I'd love to be there for you the day that you get that $5,000 stage. I'd love to be there the day that you get on the shark attack, like Kelly did, and be able to work with you and say, tweak this, because they might like this better. And to have good people there that you can count on to give you good advice. And it's not just a pitch fest. It's not because we want to sell you stuff. It's because I really want to see you excel. The more stars we make, the better off we all are.
Exactly.
So that's coming in February. Standout Stars.
I know, that's exciting, and I'm excited that I get to be a part of that. So, it was such an honor, right, to be able to get my message out there in a bigger way. And so I love this relationship that you and I have been building. And to me, that's what this is all about. It's about building relationships. So, can you speak more about that?
Absolutely, because people who have an idea, people who have a dream, people who have a passion, and because of what happened this year, the 10 million people that are out of a job right now, and that's only what the unemployment rolls are saying. You know what that means? That means that there's a whole bunch more because their unemployment ran out. So there's only 10 million on the rolls right now, which means probably the equivalent of twice that has off the rolls. So for all of the folks that have been furloughed, laid off, separated from their jobs, and they're sitting there going, what do I do now? How am I going to pay the bills? The very best thing that you can do is follow in our footsteps and learn what it takes to be an entrepreneur. Start working for yourself. Start building relationships with other people who can promote you. And let me explain that, Kelly.
Yeah,
I'll explain that. What this means is that, listen, if you have something that is your talent, whether it's writing a book, whether it's talking on a stage, whether it's delivering a story, whether it's helping others. I mean, I've seen cooks and bakers and people who make tortillas and people who make, food. And I mean, just so many wonderful things that are happening out there with the small businesses. Small businesses are what drive our community, our country, and the world. It's not the big giant corporations. In the United States specifically, small businesses are responsible for the majority of employers, the majority of income, the majority of taxes. It's coming from you, the small business person. So if we can help you make a transition from an employee to an employer, I think that's a great transition. And part of that relationship is establishing the right relationships. Now, let me ask you two questions. One, how fast would you like to grow your business? Okay, that's the first question. The second question is your business sustainable, scalable, and automated? Okay, because that means that you're not going to be working 120-hour weeks. Okay, if you can create a business that is sustainable, that you can do on your own, or maybe you and a couple of folks, scalable, that you don't have to hire an entire sales department, marketing department, you don't have to go get a $3 million loan just to start your business. Hold on, before you do that, there is a way to make it scalable without doing that. And the third is automated, which is the software, the tools, the resources that we bring to the table as your mentors. So if you can do all three things with a minimum investment, let's talk a little bit about the scalability. What Kelly and I have experienced in Collaborate and this weekend on JBology Live, okay, this weekend is another joint venture affiliate type event that we go to, Kelly and I attend. If you can get your pitch, who you are, where you are, who you serve, and what you do, if you can make people understand that in like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds at the most, then the other self-employed small business entrepreneurs that are in that room with you, if they see that you've got something that they don't have, but they can offer to their clients, you just got an entire sales department working for you for an affiliate commission. Does that make sense? I mean,
it makes total sense. I mean, if you can get someone else to help promote your event or your program, and you're paying them a commission, you're not paying somebody full-time hours or full-time wages to work for you and possibly sell something. You've got a whole sales team that is willing to
exactly
for you. And that's exactly what happened with me when I did with the shark attack, is now I've got Rob Goyette, who's going to be promoting me for my next 5-day challenge. And he's got, I don't know how many people he's got on his list, but it's definitely.
Well, if you're on the shark, it's in 6 figures. Okay, I'm at 5 figures, so I'm aspiring to be a shark. So when your list starts hitting 6 figures, you are an influencer. So that was the end of that open loop that I left a little while ago, which is another talking thing you do. But you create open loops and then you close them later on during your talk. How many of those did you hear today?
Oh, I know.
So here's my idea is that if you've got to understand, my clients are already vetted. I know they can pay because they pay. I know what they're looking for. I know what their goals are. I know what their aspirations are, and I know what services they sell. So if I come to one of these events like Collaborate and JBology Live, if I come to one of these events and meet the 100, sometimes there's 300 people in the room, and then they send us out into little breakout rooms where we create our very first relationships, which is exactly how I met Kelly. Yep. And those very first relationships, you share them. And in that room, if you walk away with 20, 30, or 40 affiliates who are ready to represent you to their clients, which are already vetted, already paying, and already we know what their services are, and it's a good fit. What a great way to leverage and grow your company better, faster, stronger, and simpler than ever before, without having to go get a $3 million SBA loan to hire an entire marketing department, when you can do it through JV and affiliates. And so, Kelly, with your permission, I'd like to gift to your audience a coupon for JVology Live that knocks out $100 from your ticket.
Absolutely.
I'd love to give that to you and your folks.
Absolutely. In fact, I was going to ask you about that. And I was going to ask you if you have, how can people get in touch with you? Because we're going to bring it to a close pretty quick here. So I just want to know, how can people get in touch with you?
I think the best way is Facebook Messenger, quite honestly. And I usually get between 95 and 130 messages per day from people who want to be friends and all that. On Facebook, it's Toni, Toni. And then my maiden name is Munoz, Munoz. And then my last name is Kaufman, Kauf, like in Frank, Man. So Toni Kaufman or Toni Munoz Kaufman. I've got 2 profiles. Just chat with me. And we'll put the coupon. I guess I'll send it to you, Kelly, and you can put it underneath your live.
Yeah, put it in the chat box or
absolutely love
it in Messenger, and then I can get it out to the group.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I know, and I've got to get my link from you too, so I can sign up for JVology, because that starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
Starts tomorrow, and you've got a special link because you were one of the top 10.
I know. I was so excited.
7 speakers. Kelly was one of the top 10 speakers of the event. And listen, guys, it's still open. We left it open till December the 5th. So if you haven't gone to Standout Stars Gifts Live, and that's gifts plural.com, you can go hear Kelly's talk there. It's Standout Stars Gifts, GIFTS, live, LIVE.com. Go over there, and that's also another way you can get a hold of me. Yeah. So Toni at standoutuniverse.com. I'm going to give you guys a coupon so you can join us for JVology Live tomorrow, where we're going to have a lot of fun. And you still have today's the 3rd. You still have 2 more days to go listen to the 67 speakers and get about 110 gifts that we had. And there goes my Chihuahua alarm. I think it's time to go.
So yeah, if you can send me those links in Messenger, and then I'll put them up in the group. That'd be awesome.
Right now. Thank you, guys. Kelly, thank you. God bless.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay.